喂
Hello? 哇，
喂，哦，你再说一下。
Hello?
这个我必须得静音的。
Hello? This is Chong. Everything okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Michael.
Hi, Chang. Hi,
Hey.
everyone.
Can you test it? Hey.
Hey,
Good,
Michael.
thank you, Michael.
Hi. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Michael is the first speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chang.
哎，雪萍，哎，我这里怎么这个什么声音都没有啊？哦，你能听见我啊？
We can hear you, Hanting.
All right.
Are you good, Hanting?
He's talking, so he muted. Sorry, my office computer doesn't allow me to use our screen background. Bing, you are muted.
.这里没有啊，这里没有，我看看啊。嗯。
Okay, hi, Michael.
I think we have, just want to let all of you know that our president has some technical issues. He cannot hear anything. So maybe we might have a couple of minutes to wait for him to see whether he can figure it out. I'm sorry about that.
没事，我看见的是我的 speaker 啊。
你在你的那个叫 Zoom meeting 上面有一个叫 mute 和 unmute 这个喇叭的那个地方啊。I'm sorry.
他说大家能听到汉庭说话。
汉庭，你要 unmute yourself. Unmute.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, but I can't hear you right now. Hold on for a second. I'm not sure if it's a voice from my cell phone or from the computer. Let me turn off hang up my cell phone and see if I can hear you from the computer. Okay. So can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Great. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Perfect.
That's good. Now it's fixed. Oh, good. Now let's let's start then.
Sorry about
Okay.
that.
No problem. I'm gonna share my slide. So welcome everybody. It's my great pleasure to welcome everyone for the CAST USA 2021. First, we wanted to invite our president, Dr. Zhang, to give a presidential address. So let's so it's all your time, Dr. Zhang.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bingyang Li. I will moderate this part, and it's my great honor to be one of the co-chairs of this amazing summit. On behalf of the other co-chair, Dr. Susan Chang, myself, and the entire CAST USA organizing committee, I sincerely welcome you to this exciting 2021 Global Innovation Summit. The theme of this year's summit is innovation, leadership, and prosperity, focusing on science excellence and industrial innovation. First, we will have Dr. Hanting Zhang, the current president of the CAST USA, give the presidential address. Dr. Zhang, please.
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hanting Zhang. I'm the president of the Chinese Association for Science and Technology USA, that is CAST USA. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome everyone to our exciting CAST USA Global Innovation Summit. On behalf of the CAST USA and the Summit Organizing Committee, I would like to extend a special welcome to our honored guests, U.S. Senators Joe Manchin and Shirley Capito, West Virginia Governor Jim Justice, WVU President Gordon Gee, President Li Xinyu from Shandong, President Wang Jue from Shanghai, President Guan Aihong from Qingdao, and our keynote speakers, Doctors Shi Yigong, Dr. Zhang Shuguang, and Dr. Daniel Chang, and the members and directors of the CAST USA and its chapters and offices. I also want to take the opportunity to thank all the organizing committee members, especially the co-chairs, Drs. Bingyun Li and Susan Chang, and the secretary, Dr. Xueping Zhou, and all the volunteers. Finally, I want to acknowledge all the sponsors for your valuable support. Without you all, this would never happen. Since its establishment nearly 30 years ago, the CAST USA has focused on providing a platform for scientific and technological talent and comprehensive exchanges, with members in broad fields including biomedicine, automotive energy, automation, new materials, big data, higher education, and various other industries. We strive to promote unity, cooperation, exchanges among Chinese American and the Chinese in the United States. We make every effort to enhance exchanges and cooperation in the fields of science and technology, trade and economy and trade, to promote the traditional Chinese culture and the mutual understanding and friendly exchanges between China and the United States. We have held a number of international contests and awards. For example, the 3 Golden Awards, including the CAST USA Outstanding Scientist Award, Science and the Innovation Award, Outstanding Enterprise Leadership Award, which are awarded to Chinese scholars and professionals with internationally recognized contributions and influence. Like many other people in the world, we in the CAST USA have experienced a special and a tough time since the early of the last year. The CAST USA has contributed significantly to the fight against COVID-19 in both China and the United States. In the early days of the outbreak of the COVID-19 epidemic in Wuhan, the CAST USA partnered with the Hubei Association for Science and Technology to actively donate money and protection materials such as PPEs to Wuhan to help the locals fight against the pandemic. During the most difficult times of the COVID-19 pandemic history in the US, members and volunteers of the CAST USA and its local chapters worked around the clock, fundraised, and donated more than $100,000 in cash and personal protection materials and equipment in a short period of time for the use in Boston, Los Angeles, San Diego, North Carolina, Pittsburgh, West Virginia, and other locations in the United States and China to fight the epidemic in the front lines, such as the hospitals, nursing homes, bus drivers, schools, police stations, to name a few. We were glad to see that 2021 is also a year of growth for the CAST USA. I would like to congratulate the establishment of the CAST Philadelphia chapter with Dr. Rong Zhen as the first president, the CAST Hangzhou office with Mr. Luan Pan as the first director, and the CAST Qingdao with Dr. Haiyin Zhang as the director. We have also set up collaborations with the overseas Chinese affairs federations in Beijing, Shanghai, Shandong, and Qingdao. All these are expected to promote bilateral exchanges in related areas between the United States and China. Education for members and adolescents in the Chinese American community, Chinese in the United States, and other ethnic groups has been a focus for each and every one of the CAST USA chapters. As of today, this year, the CAST USA local chapters have organized more than 100 different forms of online and in-person lectures and events using their own resources. Many were supported by the CAST USA. Such events have not only enriched the knowledge of members of the Science and Technology Association, broadened everyone's vision, but also strengthened the membership base. Dear friends, looking forward, we will continue to provide excellent service to our members and communities and promote collaborations between chapters and growth opportunities in the chapters. We will continue to provide strong support to our local chapters and offices in post-pandemic era. We will also continue to enhance scientific and technological exchanges nationally and internationally, following the bylaws and the laws. The next year will be the 30th anniversary of the CAST USA. We look forward to the celebration and hope you all will join us to celebrate the historic event of the CAST USA. Thank you all and wish you all the best in health, happiness, and prosperity. Thank you.
So the next session will be the greetings from the national state leaders, and this one is from the president, WVU President Gordon G, and which will be moderated by Dr. Liang. Liang, it's yours.
Okay, good evening, everyone. And this is Ray Liang from West Virginia University. I'm currently serving as the director of Outreach Committee for CAST USA. Today is a great pleasure to welcome several national and state leaders from West Virginia. The first one will be the President of West Virginia University, Dr. Gordon Gee, currently serving for a second term as a president of West Virginia University. Dr. Gordon Gee has been a leader in higher education for more than 3 decades. In 2009, Time Magazine named him as one of the top 10 university presidents in the United States. Recently, the website Great Value Colleges named him the nation's top university president. In addition to his service as a West Virginia University president, he also served as president of Ohio State University 2-time term, and also Vanderbilt University, Brown University, and the University of Colorado. Now let's welcome President Gordon Gee. We cannot hear the voice.
CAST USA Global Innovation Summit. Chinese students and scholars have added to the intellectual vibrancy of West Virginia University for many years, and I could not be prouder that CAST, West Virginia's chapter, is hosting this national summit. This event will give you an exciting window on the contributions that Chinese Americans are making in every field from STEM to the arts. And through the Science and Technology Award, you will meet some of our country's most innovative young business leaders, including some from right here in West Virginia. I hope you enjoy your virtual visit to our state, and I hope that new ideas and achievements introduced at the summit energize and inspire you. I'm delighted.
Okay, and we also invited our 2 senators from West Virginia to give a speech. Unfortunately, there are so many things around, and they are not able to be with us tonight, but they did send us their greetings. And the first one is Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin is a senior U.S. senator from West Virginia. He served as a governor of West Virginia before. Senator Manchin was unable to attend the meeting, but he sent greetings to all of us today at this summit. Many of us remember Senator Manchin has sent us his warmest greetings when we celebrate the Chinese New Year in February of this year, and I highly regarded the work have done by CAST USA. And another second senator from West Virginia University is the Sherry Moore Capital. Sherry Moore Capital is a junior United States Senator from West Virginia. She served as U.S. representative for West Virginia from the 2nd District until 2014 election to the Senate. Unfortunately, today she is not able to be with us, but he sent her greetings to all participants of the Global Innovation Summit and wishing a great success of the program. We thank the 2 senators' blessing. Thank you very much. And now back to Professor Han-Ting Zhong.
Next, I would like to invite Li Xinyu, the president of the Overseas Chinese Affairs Offices from Shandong Province, and Mr. Li is also the vice chair, the vice president of the China Overseas Affairs Federation. And Mr. Li, please.
尊敬的各位专家学者们，各位乡亲，大家好！今天我们相聚云端，共同参与由中国旅美科协举办的2021全球创新峰会。在此，我谨代表山东省侨联 对大会的召开表示热烈的祝贺，向与会的各位专家学者和各位乡亲致以诚挚的问候。中国旅美科协自1992年成立以来，致力于服务在美的华人科技人员，为在美华人科学家搭建起一个个科技交流、创新创业、文化教育等全方位互动合作平台，积极推动和参与中美在这方面的交流与合作。面对突如其来的新冠肺炎疫情，旅美科协依然发挥其独特优势，积极参与中美抗疫和线上科技交流，为促进中美关系的健康发展做出了自己的努力。我欣喜地看到，这次峰会将突出展示全球华人在科学技术、经济等领域的卓越贡献，大家互相交流，凝聚共识，启迪智慧，为促进中美科技交流与发展做出更大的贡献。山东历史厚重，人文荟萃，作为东部沿海经济大省、人口大省、资源大省、文化大省，产业技术雄厚，科技实力强，市场空间巨大，发展前景广阔。山东正以走在前列、全面开创为目标，以新旧动能转换、乡村振兴、海洋强省、居民融合等8大发展战略为支撑，以全面深化改革为保障。随着8大发展战略的稳步实施，山东正加快步入高质量发展轨道。发展是第一要务，人才是第一资源，创新是第一动力。山东持续优化科技创新体系，持续突破关键核心技术，持续引育科技创新人才。齐鲁大地正在焕发出科技发展的勃勃生机，迸发出创新创造的巨大活力。同时，山东正在大力推进科教强弩、人才新弩战略实施，加快打造新时代人才集聚高地，着力搭建人才干事创业广阔平台，让事业激励人才，让人才成就事业，让有真才实干的人才英雄有用武之地，为建设世界重要人才中心和创新高地做出山东贡献。广大海外侨胞人脉深厚，资源融通中外，是山东创新发展中的重要一环。中国旅美科学更是人才荟萃，资历密集，联系广泛。希望各位专家学者、各位乡亲一如既往关心和支持山东，把目标聚焦在山东，把力量投放在山东，把成果转换在山东，为山东创新发展贡献智慧和力量。山东省侨联作为海外侨胞的娘家，将一如既往为大家服好务，把以人为本、为侨服务的宗旨落到实处，让大家在山东工作生活的更加顺心、舒心、安心。最后，祝大家身体健康，事业顺利，万事如意。谢谢大家。
Thank you, President Li, for the excellent speech. And our next speaker is Mrs. Wang Jue from Shanghai Overseas Chinese Affairs Federation. She is the president of this organization. I want to say a few words in Chinese. 王珏女士是上海市归国华侨联合会的书记，上海市人民政府办公室的主任，侨务办公室的主任，上海海外联谊会执行副会长。Miss Wang, please.
尊敬的女士们、先生们，各位出席创新峰会的嘉宾朋友们，大家好！很高兴通过视频的方式与大家见面，非常感谢张汉庭会长的邀约。首先，请允许我代表上海市政府侨办、上海市侨联、上海海外联谊会，对本届峰会的举办表示热烈的祝贺。自1992年成立以来，旅美科协经历了近30年的风风雨雨，依然在不断的发展壮大，成为美国具有影响力、号召力的华人社团之一。全球疫情爆发以来，尽管面临诸多的挑战，但中国旅美科协的各项工作 仍然取得了积极的成效。一方面，在旅美科协总会的协调下，各峰会和办事处积极的捐赠捐物，为国内抗击疫情做出了贡献。另一方面，旅美科协也为推动中美双方在科技交流、创新创业等方面做出了努力。当前，上海正值“十四五”规划的开局之年，明确了到2035年远景目标。国际经济、金融、贸易、航运、科技创新中心和文化大都市功能将全面提升。到2035年，我们将建成人文之城、生态之城。浦东新区将全面推动高水平改革开放，打造社会主义现代化建设的引领区。上海正在持续推动具有全球影响力的科创中心建设。借此机会，我们也诚挚地向中国旅美科协的会员们发出邀请，欢迎大家有机会多到上海来走走，来上海考察参观、创业发展，投入到上海这一批创新创业的热土中。相信不仅会给你们个人带来更加广阔的发展空间，也会为中美两国的友好往来注入新的活力。女士们、先生们、朋友们，明年将迎来中国旅美科协成立30周年。我们有句古话说：“30而立”，衷心的希望旅美科协锐意进取，继往开来，进一步促进中美两国在科技、文化、经贸等领域的交流与合作，弘扬中华文化，传播中国声音，增进中美之间的相互了解和信任，加强旅美学人、华侨华人之间的团结与合作，为全球科技创新发展做出新的、更大的贡献。谢谢大家。
Thank you, President Wang. And thank you all the speakers for their excellent speeches and the strong support. And next we'll move on to our session 1, scientific progress and technology transfer. And Doctors Susan Chan and Raymond Liu will moderate this session. Susan and Raymond, please.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for attending this wonderful summit. And the first speaker of the scientific progress and the technology transfer session is Dr. Dennis. And he brings us very important message from a wonderful point of view of both somebody that has legal as well as science background. Dr. Michael Dennis is the Vice President, Legal, PMO, and Innovation for CAS. CAS is a division of the American Chemical Society, Chemical Abstract Service. And he is responsible for CAS's strategic and legal matters, such as licensing of intellectual properties and compliance. That's a very important topic. And the CS Program Management Office and other duties. In addition to his professional responsibilities, Dr. Dennis also serves on the National Veterans Memorial and Museum Board, as well as a few other boards. He is also actively participate in several charitable organizations. Dr. Dennis earned his PhD in biochemistry from Ohio State University and his JD from Capital University. Today, his topic is Everyday Breakthroughs are the heart of scientific progress. Let's welcome Dr. Dennis.
Thank you, Susan. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Dr. Dennis. I will let you to share your screen. Yep.
Ah, perfect. Thank you so
Thanks.
much. Are you able to see the slides?
Yes. Yes, we can see it.
Sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. For those of us in the US, good evening. And for our friends and colleagues in China, Zhao Shan Hao. And also I want to say congratulations to President Zhang and the entire leadership of CAST USA. Thank you so much for this invitation. In a minute, you'll also meet my colleague from Innovation, Dr. Cheng Yuan, and we're both humbled and honored to be with all of you today. We thought we'd start by explaining the mission of the American Chemical Society and CAS. So our mission is advancing the broader chemistry enterprise and its practitioners for the benefit of Earth and all its people. And when we compare that to the mission of CAST USA to promote academic exchanges and professional development of its members, to serve as a bridge between the United States and China for both personal and information exchanges, we saw the incredible overlap, how we both want to improve ultimately people's lives around the world. And that's why we're so proud of this collaboration and partnership. At CAS, we accelerate breakthroughs. Our passion is advancing scientific progress, and we're a leader in scientific information solutions. We curate, connect, and analyze the world's published science to accelerate discovery. And we're proud to partner with innovators across industries, providing the hindsight, insight, and foresight they need to build upon the past and discover a better future for all of us. So we serve many verticals at CAS, all of the world's pharmaceutical companies, for example, oil and gas companies, food companies, ag, advanced materials, cosmetics, and many academic institutions and many government agencies. So a very diverse customer base. We believe science is now more connected than ever before. There was a time when there were bright lines, but now as, for example, biology, medicine, chemistry all collapse, those lines are no longer as clear as they were. And at CAS, we cover all of that science, and you're seeing a glimpse of it here on the left, whether it's DNA or RNA sequences, cosmetic formulations, NMR data, bioassays, all of that is in the CAS collections. And a few quick stats on the right. So we do cover over 50,000 scientific journal titles. We speak over 50 languages at CAS, and we believe that diversity is what makes us so strong. We have a collection of molecules called the CAS Registry and all the attributes about those published molecules. And it's now has over 250,000 substances in it. And lastly, we also cover 64 patent offices from around the world, and that number continues to grow. We wanted to share our strategy at CAS. We were born back in 1907, so we're over 100 years old, and we were a book publisher back then, so it was all about scientific content. But as you look at this diagram on the left and look at the Y or vertical axis, you'll see how we're moving from publisher to solutions partner. So now we've created not just content, but search solutions like SciFinder to enable research, and workflow solutions with patent offices, and even analytics and decision support tools. We have an example here, analytical methods. But now the exciting part is we're moving into the cognitive and predictive space. And one example we used here is retrosynthesis. So this is a solution, an innovation that CAS has created that will predict the pathway for a novel molecule. So maybe you have a compound that might cure type 1 diabetes, but you don't know how to make it. This solution will predict that pathway. And I know we have a speaker from MIT in a little bit, I believe Ms. Lita Nelson. We have a great partnership with MIT to ultimately improve these retrosynthesis solutions as well. So they're just a wonderful organization. And we're also diversifying from just chemistry into many other fields, such as life sciences, energy, advanced materials, and more. For us, it's all about our customers, and we offer a variety of solutions, starting with the CAS Scientific Discovery Platform. This is a powerful research platform that will enable our customers to make faster discoveries at lower cost. But we also provide solutions to protect their intellectual property and ensure that they can proceed and innovate and not be concerned about infringing on someone else's innovation. And then lastly, the most exciting one of all, I think, is the CAS Custom Services. So now if you need custom data, if you need analytics, if you need access to our search engines, even to our knowledge of our scientists and technologists, we offer all of that to maximize our customers' return on investment. We believe faster breakthroughs are enabled by insights. So on the left, the world is a bit chaotic. Science is chaotic. It's not harmonized. It's not normalized. So we bring order to that chaos. We curate that data. We connect it, create information, and then ultimately through our analytics and tools, provide insights for all of our customers and the world. And that's where our hundreds of scientists around the world play a huge part for CAS. Just to share one story about how we believe insights improve our lives. A year and a half ago, when COVID-19, when the pandemic struck, through the leadership of our president, Manuel Guzman, we opened up all our assets to the world for free. So anyone working on a solution, a cure or treatment for COVID could have access to our technology, our content, even our people at no charge. And thousands of organizations took us up on that offer, and we're quite proud of that. We published our first paper on COVID, it was back in March 2020, in a journal called ACS Central Science. And within a month, there were hundreds of thousands of downloads or views of that paper. And we were quite surprised, but also quite pleased. And that was the catalyst for many more papers, many more videos, webinars, and even data sets that we created for the world. One that I was involved with was an antiviral candidate compound data set, where we took all of the world's known antiviral compounds, and then we matched them against the registry based on their chemical shape and a variety of bioassay information, and created a 50,000 candidate compound data set to treat COVID. And thousands of organizations downloaded that, including the Pfizers and Johnson & Johnsons. But there were also many technology companies that were interested, especially those in the artificial intelligence space. And so for us, if there's a silver lining in COVID pandemic, it's that we've learned at CAS how to do things differently. And we're going to continue to do this even post-pandemic to give back to the world. We absolutely value our partners in innovation. And we partner with many organizations in China to accelerate innovation. We have an amazing China manager, Caroline Ma, and her team. Thank you, Caroline. And we listed just a couple of the organizations where we partner: the Intellectual Property Publishing House, IPPH, the Shanghai Institute of Organic Chemistry, SIOC, and again, you'll meet Dr. Yuan in just a minute. She has her degrees from there. DRIA, the Digital Resource Acquisition Alliance, some of the most prestigious academic institutions in the world. The National Science Library, of course, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the Patent Office, and many, many, many others. And we're quite proud of those partnerships with our Chinese colleagues. We also value honoring our partners' achievements. This is just one example. This was the 100th anniversary of Nanjing University School of Chemistry and Chemical Engineering. And we put together a special science compendium of all the research that they did for their first 100 years. And no surprise, it was quite large. It was actually 27 books when we were completed, but over 51,000 papers and patents published by the prestigious scientists at Nanjing. Oops. Lastly, our vision rather for the future. In China, we plan to scale our operations. So we're doubling the size of our team so that we can better serve our customers and partners there. We're growing existing partnerships, but also engaging with new partners in China. And ultimately, we're enhancing our operations to better meet the needs of the local Chinese market by having a more robust customer call center and providing a better overall experience for our customers. And what I'd like to do is to just place a kind of a bow on this, share with you just a 1-minute video. So bear with me and I'll see if we can make this work. Hopefully you can hear this.
Here's to the everyday breakthroughs, to the scientists and innovators who discover them, the curious and courageous who won't give up and never let go until they've made a breakthrough, no matter how great or small. Every breakthrough counts when building and connecting a path to progress, and as innovation accelerates around the world, identifying the best insights becomes more challenging. At CAS, we understand, because we are scientists and innovators ourselves. We connect breakthroughs, provide hindsight to build upon what others have done, deliver insight to accelerate progress, reveal unseen connections and inspire foresight that leads to a better future. At CAS, we celebrate the journey and the everyday breakthroughs that are the heart of scientific progress.
Again, thank you all and congratulations on this year's conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dennis. And I think now it's question and answer time, and everybody take the opportunity to explore the wonderful organization and exchange ideas with Dr. Dennis.
Okay, before waiting for the audience, I have a question. Dr. Dennis, when you're looking for partner or even customer, what are the most important factors you check it or you look through?
Please speak up a little bit. Thank you. Lower and speak up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You're fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I think the question was when CAS looks for partners and customers, are there any special qualities?
Yes, exactly.
That we look for?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. So on the partnership side, we value trust and loyalty at CAS. And typically when we partner, it's not for a period of time, it's for a very long period of time. So that's a very important quality for us. And then we also, of course, our mission is to improve people's lives through the transforming power of chemistry. So we're looking also for other organizations that would like to improve people's lives as well. And on the customer front, if you're working on anything important in science, we want to have a relationship. We'd like to have a relationship with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, Dr. Dennis, from the audience. And the first question is the connection between CAS and the PubMed. And that's a very popular medical site. And that's the first question from the same, from Professor Lee. And the second question is that it seems possible to use deep learning method to do more efficient search of the chemical abstract. Is there any software for the purpose? So
Yes, so I understand. So on the first question, the PubMed question. So yes, NIH, the creators of PubMed are not only a customer, but a partner. So when you interact with our solutions like SciFinder or STN, PubMed or Medline are a part of the CAS corpus. We embrace it. It's complementary to all of the content that we create at CAS. And the second question about deep learning. So we've invested heavily in a data analytics and insights team. And so we're creating now, and also through partnerships, new ways to interact or interface with all of our content, including a new use of AI to drive more trends and to advance the search so that it's not just a search and retrieval in the future. So more exciting things will be coming from CAS in the next 24 months.
Thank you. Also from Professor Lee, he said, Dr. Dennis, thanks for the great presentation. I'm a member of ACS. Could you please tell a little bit more about the relationship between CAS and ACS? I guess a lot of people are also interested in knowing that too.
That's a great question. And I'm glad you're a member of the American Chemical Society. So am I. So we are the American Chemical Society. So there are several divisions of the American Chemical Society. The ACS is headquartered in Washington, DC, and has over 160,000 members around the world. And it has several divisions. One is CAS, the division that I work, and Dr. Chung Yuan with as well. Another division that you may be familiar with is called the ACS Publications Division. That's the part of the ACS that creates learned journals in science as well. And there are several others, including a membership division. But it's a great organization, the ACS. At CAS, we happen to be
Okay, thank you. And if you audience have more questions, you can send by chat, and we will forward to Dr. Dennis after the summit. And now let's move to the second speaker. The second speaker is Dr. Chung Yuan, Director of CAS of American Chemical Society. And her topic is Chemistry Resilience, a CAS registry view. You'll find out what is that view. And Dr. Yuan currently works in CAS Innovation Division and focuses on developing transformative scientific information solutions to help customers accelerate breakthroughs. Since joining CAS in 1999, and she served the organization through various roles and in product management, sales, research, and SciFinder product development. That's quite a wide range. She has been working collaboratively with the other divisions of ACS, such as the publications and membership, and to promote ACS core values and execute ACS globalization initiative in Asia. I guess you have already heard from Dr. Dennis about the great effort they made in Asia. And I have to emphasize that Dr. Yuan contributed significantly to the Asian community. She is Vice President, Alliance of Chinese Alumni, Board Director, Chinese American Chemical Society, and also Board Director, Columbus Asian Festival Corporation. Let's welcome Dr. Yuan and find out what's the CAS registry view. Dr. Yuan, please.
Thank you, Susan. Let me share my screen. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Susan. It is a pleasure to meet all of you here. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the CAST leadership have such success summit, and you have so many wonderful speakers lined up. I'm very excited. As Michael mentioned, this is our first time and engage with CAST. We're looking forward to more collaboration and understand you more, and would love to contribute as much as we can. So, today I'm going to talk. Let me. Why my screen is okay. Hopefully, after Michael's great talk, and you gained a 3,000-foot view about about CAS, and in the next 15-20 minutes, I'm going to talk about one of our crown jewelry, CAS registry, and share some of the observation and trend on the innovation in chemistry. Then finally wrap up some quick discussion about chemistry resilience. So as Michael mentioned it, we are passionate about advancing science progress through supporting and partnering R&D professionals, accelerating the breakthroughs. Right now, we have about 2,000 colleagues deployed worldwide doing curation, connection, and analyze data. So through more than a century's consistent and collective efforts, we have the most comprehensive collection of connected data. This includes content from over 50,000 scientific journals, all the applications and patents from 64 patent offices worldwide, covers more than 50 languages, and we identified about 250 million unique substances in CAS registry. All this data knowledge is linked together in a very sophisticated data lake database host at CAS. So since day one, when we collect the content, we have been diligently exploring how to effectively help scientists to locate information and knowledge in the collection. Yes, early days we publish books. So some of mention about chemical abstracts. If you learn chemistry in college 20, 30 years ago, that's rows of books in the chemistry library. And then we start to invest on the infrastructure to revolutionize our content curation and the data management. Then after that, we started to develop the digitalized solutions to serve the user. So in 1983, we actually built across continental data centers. That is US, Columbus, Ohio, Germany, and Japan. That's before the internet. We have the cross-continental databases to serve scientists worldwide through STN, Information Professionals. In 1995, we launched first online information search retrieval tool to end users. That's chemists, that's faculties in the university, that's scientists, medicinal chemistry in the pharmaceutical, that's scientists, synthesis in the petrol. So we did that in the about 20-30 years ago. Nowadays, lately, we really invest on the platform solutions, more customized solutions to serve customers better, and also leveraging the latest and greatest technology like machine learning, artificial intelligence, and natural language process. So more things will come in even more faster, leveraging the latest technology. So during this journey, it's very interesting. We're proud of some of our own innovation through serving the scientists worldwide. That we are really proud of. We are scientists. We are information professionals. Especially is in 1965, we built a CAS registry. we're always proud of this part of the crown jewelry, and it's a fascinating story. So everybody knows about chemistry. When you did extract the content from the literature, the text part is easy to handle. You build indexing, but chemistry, the structure, the geometry structure, how you're going to represent in a database fashion. So in early 50s, we actually have a decade research work trying to develop a notation to describe a geometric structure to a coding, one layer linear unique coding to the system for store to retrieve organic chemistry information. So smartly, my research colleagues leveraged the early IBM punch card system for the accounting to develop a system to decipher the system to represent the structure for the existing structure for the compound not yet discovered. This system worked for about a number of years. It reached a bottleneck is the chemistry side growing so fast. We need another way to organize the data. So this is eventually use the punch card system, and our operator will use the IBM electronic typewriter to punch card to record every organic chemistry compound for chemists to do the quick search. Then in 60s, finally, we're working with DuPont scientists. There is a good algorithm coming out, convert structure diagram to a tabulate format. We call it connection table. That's the foundation piece for us to build a unique chemical structure system. Since then, it took off. It became an industry standard. Nowadays, every single chemistry-related system using similar kind of connection table to do the structure representation and search. Since it launched in 1965, the number of unique compounds in this collection has gradually grown very steadily. But suddenly, last 20 years, it exponentially grows. It is really amazing to show what happened in the chemistry, in the science development. We celebrate, at first, like a million milestone mark. Then we change to double-digit celebration. By now, you look at the breakdown, about 70% of 250 million compound is small molecule and inorganic. About 28% are sequences, and also have a little bit breakdown by polymers. So that's kind of shows the chemistry field start to diversify more on the different sectors. So we celebrate the significant every improvement of, but there was one celebration I remember because that was the first year I came to CAS in 1998. This is my first corporate t-shirt. And actually at that time, you don't put the logo on. We just want to make sure the bond, the every structure looks nice. And it has no drone. This is actually our marketing colleagues hired a helicopter above us, took this nice picture to tell the world, okay, in 1998, June 15th, there is a 28 million compound born from a Merck patent about their work patent about antiviral drugs. So that's kind of memory I have. Wow, this is amazing. So you can see how fast it's growing. So the question is, what happened in the last 20 years? Where are the new compounds came from? So we have this general headings, the structure. So quickly you analyze by the general heading, you will see it came from majorly two domains, biochemistry and organic chemistry. The yellow means journals. The pink means patents. You can clearly see organic chemists prefer to patent the new compound compared to the biochemists. They just disclose them in the journals. And you're curious about what kind of category and subject is produce new compound even more. So break down further, biomedical genetics is the number one. Followed by the organic side is heterocycle compounds. More than one heterocycle compound and have a heterocycle compound. Then you can take a look at, then you follow back to the pharmacology, also create lots of new compounds. And still the same thing, organic side, majority are from patented new compound. Biochemistry side is disclosed in the journals. So you talk about the new compound. What happened on the existing compound? So this is a chart to show you the last 20 years, the substance disclosure from the published studies. It grew dramatically from 2000, about 1.7 million per year to almost 2.8 million per year. So the R&D productivity increased almost double in the world. And if the green means the new compound, the blue means existing compound. So every year, the existing compound disclosure is pretty steady, grow a little bit, but the new compound disclosure almost doubled in the past 20 years. So that's just very interesting, another view about people asking the new compound, what happened on the existing compound. Then you take a look at the new findings relate to the compound. Yes, this is another chart to show you the new findings related to compound from patent journals in the past 20 years. The green is about new compound, the orange is about existing compound. It clearly indicates that while breakthroughs are hard to reach, the scientists do learn very fast and build upon prior achievement from their peers. That is, once a new compound disclosed, there were tons of work, research work continuing and exploit its application. So on this side, the new compound is hard to create. So the ratio actually lower than the findings on the existing compound. So this clearly shows you a trend about R&D investment. That is, when a new technology comes in, tons of investment evaluate the potential, expand application on all different prospects. So you have lots of new findings on the existing compounds. And another view, if you look at the patents, you can clearly see scientists leverage the patent finding to protect their IPs and potential values, even more so on the new compound side. So we curate worldwide data. I've been asked a lot, that is, Chung, take a look at the world global distribution versus the country distributions. So here is a chart about the new compounds by country. Above the one is from journals, a lower one is from patents, sorted by the number of new compounds. From journal side, China is the number one country produce the most new compounds. From 2.3 million new compounds, from 3.4 million publications, journals, and patents. And the second one is US, 1.9 million from almost 2 million documents. But if you do a quick divided by the ratios per publication, China produced about 0.7% the new compound, but US about one compound per publications. So if you compare the top 10, actually China is the lowest one. That means actually they produce less new compound. This is also even more significant on the patent side. China filed the most patent in the world, but the compound is about 1.3 million. You do the ratio, about in the US, about 7 new compound per patent, and China is still like 1 compound per patent. But you see some of the small countries, they have the ratio is much higher. Is because of they have large pharmaceutical companies. They file patent more. They cover chemical space more. So this kind of the differences, we take a look at the explanation about these differences. It might be focused on different R&D investment, that like basic research, it will produce and publish more new compound, versus applied research is more about produce new applications on the existing compound. So China side naturally have less new compound disclosure than the advanced country like US, Japan, and UK. And another thing is about maybe maturity about industry. That is like large pharma in the European, they file more patent to cover large chemical space. More large chemical space, more compound. And China pharmaceutical company maybe file for specific indication for specific type of the compound, then have less chemical space to protect. So that's just a quick explanation why is the regional difference in the substance disclosure. So people sometimes ask us, is there any value to track back 100 years of discovery? It's always a fascinating story is, are the old information are useful? We heard the story like that pharmaceutical studied the World War I, yellow powder can help cure superbug. Here is a story I just found out recently, is published by Chemical Engineer News, is there is a professor from University of Chicago. He restudied a 1981 year published a range reaction, and the reaction transformation looks really good because you change this 5-member ring to a 6-member aromatic ring. That will, if you're doing the medicinal chemistry, this will be open up lots of opportunity for the substitution for the lead compound. But in 1981, is this reaction range already published, but haven't been used because the reagent is not easy to synthesize. So Professor Levy used the new reagent, make it available, change the 2-step reaction to 1-step, and opened up more than 1,600 commercial available reagent, completely open up the great opportunity for pharmaceutical medicinal chemists to adding in substituents on this base scaffold to evaluate more bioactivities in this end. So it's a fascinating story, also picked up by the Chemical Engineer News. This was published in August. In July, they immediately published as a news about this fascinating discovery in the old, built on old, 200 old years synthesis. So to sum it up, we always talk about the resilience and how people learn, scientists. That is always a cumulative process. You learn from the failures. You evaluate the possibilities when the new technology came up, new reaction, since the methodology is available, and new catalyst is with new instrument. That is how we learn. We also learn from each other and share prior experience, good, bad, ugly. through the publication and other forms of the communication. Nowadays, social media, conferences, and lots of things you can share the information. The 200 million compound registry is a collection of the knowledge from more than 200 years of scientific discovery. Its growth is just unprecedented speed, and which is outpace all of our capability to comprehension. We used to draw a structure on the windows on the board, that nowadays you really need to in front of the computer to do a search, to try to leverage the tool to connect the information, connect knowledge. What we did, like Michael said, we just trying to cut through the chaos and reveal some unseen insights and help you link some of the breakthroughs in the past. And is there anything to help you to accelerate your discovery, inspire your serendipity, then build a better future? So that's my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yuan. This is a very insightful and a lot of information. Questions from the audience?
Okay, while we're waiting, I have another question. Thank you, Dr. Yuan. And I really enjoyed yours and Dennis' presentations, especially just now your view from the historical view for the growth. Just now in one of your tables, you showed China. In terms of number, yes, they outperform, especially in 2021. But have you had look at the historic speaking, and let's say for the last 10 or 15 years, how China's in terms of the ratio grow, not just the number?
I think from what we observe, I think China's quality about China's publication and especially patent has been improving. That is, if you compare the ratio about patent, for example, the Chinese patent versus the English patent, right? World patent versus the US patent. So we see a little bit improvement on the patent publication from China. Is more Chinese organization file patents in US. And we see of world patent offices have more Chinese identity to file the patents. We do see an improvement on the Chinese publication in general.
Thank you.
I have a question. So what's the trend in terms of the US researchers, US companies, and the file patents in China? What do you see?
That's kind of very interesting. Observe the question, very good question. At the beginning, we see this trend. Michael can chime in too. Is when we serve the scientists worldwide, we see an increasing demand ask CAS to cover Chinese patent for non-Chinese speaking scientists like US, UK, to understand what the Chinese patent means and what kind of chemical space they cover. They have to do a prior art to understand Chinese patent for them to file patent in China or in the US. So we face a tremendous pressure to really curate Chinese patent, to translate Chinese patent, to make sure the US side to understand what that patent, the chemical space covered for them to file patents. But from our industry, we learned that US and all the Western countries at the beginning have a serious doubt about IP protection in China. So they have that hesitation. Do I need to invest patenting in China? Is China have a capability to evaluate my patent, to grant the patent? But really proud of on that is we spent the whole team years effort to work with Chinese Patent Office. We trained about up to 1,000 Chinese patent officers, patent examiner, to use our tool to learn how to search in our database to ensure they understanding the prior art before they prove a patent. So that's why the Michael highlighted one of kind of collaboration with Chinese patent offices is about more than 10 years collaboration. Is gradually just we have one colleague have office in Chinese patent offices. Her job is just 24/7 sitting there, help them to learn how to use a system to make sure the prior art, make sure the proof patent is really novel, there's no infringement, there's clear chemical space. Because the learning from us is lots of Chinese patents are dirty. It's not clean. So it's not clean is hard for the US side have to articulate why my patent is different than the Chinese patent. My space is not overlap with Chinese patent.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting and then interesting topic, and from an expert in this area. So really appreciate. And thank you very much for the talk. Now I'm going to hand the floor to Dr. Raymond Liu for the following speeches.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Raymond Liu. I'm a professor and chair of the marketing department at the University of Massachusetts, Boston. And I'll be the moderator for our next speaker, Lita Nelson, who is well known in the technology transfer area. Her years of work in MIT and other organizations helped many scientists and entrepreneurs transferring technologies into successful businesses. Today, her presentation is very exciting. The topic is from academia to the marketplace, technology transfer and entrepreneurship. Now, please join me to welcome Ms. Lita Nelson.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to be speaking of, for those of you not familiar with technology transfer as it exists in universities, the issue is, how do you take research developed at universities and translate it into being developed by industry such that it has an impact in the real world? And what I'm going to talk about is how we learned the importance of entrepreneurship in transferring university technology into industry. So let's hope that, that we can do the
Lisa,
screen.
do you want me to just share screen, or you can do that?
I'm about to share screen. I think
Okay,
I can't start the screen while another participant is sharing, they tell me.
Yeah, you can now share.
I can share now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see what happens. No, I can't get it back. Okay, so I'm very sorry. We may have to rely on your having, I know that, there we are. Why don't we just do this? Who is
Do you want
in
me to share?
control
Okay, I can share.
Yeah, yeah, I think that would be better. Thank you. I can't, I
No
try
problem.
on my screen. Well, I can try once more. Let me do one more thing. Nope, they won't let me. Okay, here we go. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
problem.
Okay, so I told you what it is I'm going to talk about. it's based on, I spent almost 30 years as director of MIT's Technology Licensing Office. I retired a few years ago, but I'm still connected with at MIT because I'm a mentor in several of their programs that help students and faculty members start companies. So I'll talk about past and present. Next slide, please. MIT alumni are known for founding companies, and there's a report that Professor Roberts put out that showed that 30,000 active companies that are alive today had at least one MIT alum as a founder, and that 25% of all living MIT alumni have been founders of companies over their lifetimes. And what we find is that it's accelerating. And next. But what I'm going to talk here about is a subset of those startups. The MIT Technology Licensing Office has been helping to form, catalyzing the form of new startups based on patents to MIT technology, which is what the Tech Transfer Office does. The 90% of the tech transfer we do, the licenses we do, are to patents. There's another 10%, mostly in software and sometimes unique materials. The vast majority of these startups have a faculty member as a co-founder or as a member of the corporate board or advisory board of the startup. And the vast majority of faculty founders stay at MIT as faculty and serve as consultants or advisory board members to the startup companies that are based on their inventions. Next. So when we're talking about technology transfer, we're talking about the purposeful transfer of technology via intellectual property. Having just heard from the ACS, you understand that there are many ways that technology is transferred through publications, patents, and the like. But here we're going to talk about the Technology Transfer Office functions. Next. Next. Now, why do we do it? Why do we patent technology when you think of a university's primary responsibility is dissemination of the research findings to the real world? Well, the problem is that you can go from research, you can file to an invention and file a patent, but then comes the hard one. Significant development from university stage into innovation to bring new products in medicine into it. And as people have found through the years that they've been doing this, to increase economic competitiveness by the absorption of this new technology into industry and to encourage entrepreneurship for local economic development. Next. And the tech transfer bargain goes as follows. Our what comes out of a university usually is just a scientific finding, a publication, but it's going to take millions to tens of millions, or in the pharmaceutical industry and some of the energy industry, hundreds of millions of dollars to actually turn this finding of a new invention into the real world. So the tech transfer bargain is to say, we will file a patent such that if you, the first to move company, is willing to come in and invest in trying to make it real, we'll grant you an exclusive license that will protect you from the second mover coming in for a while, such that you can regain the investment and pay for the risk. Next. Okay. And this is particularly important with those products such as pharmaceuticals or the other that take many years to develop. The timeframes are very long, the financial investment high, clinical trials are difficult, and the majority of them fail, and the probability of failure is high. So without a patent to protect the product that you hope you will be successful at developing, nobody's going to invest in it. Next slide. But it's also important in things like superconductors or the new batteries for high energy storage or other things besides software that are going to take that huge investment. Next slide. A lot of it goes on nowadays. The Autumn Licensing Survey, which is the Association of University Technology Managers, shows that there's probably close to 100,000 invention disclosures a year nowadays. My slide's a little old. Probably 8,000 to 10,000 US patents issued to American universities and research institutions, 10,000 new licenses, and more than 1,000 startups a year in the US coming from licensing to university patents. Next. And significant number of new startups have come out of that. Things like Google from Stanford, Akamai from MIT, and hundreds of others. And in terms of economic development, we are seeing clusters of startup companies such as Kendall Square in Cambridge, where world centers of biotechnology are arriving because the startup companies cluster and then the large pharmaceutical companies move in to be near their sources of new products. Let's go. The next slide. But let's go past this slide in the interest of time. Okay, at MIT, we were doing 800 to about 800 new invention disclosures a year, 100 licenses, but 20 to 25 new companies a year, which turned out that the really important patents were almost all going to startups. And we'll explain why. It wasn't because that's what we wanted to have happen. It's because it was the only way to get them out. Next slide. Next slide. So why this emphasis on startups, or if you're a Brit, you'll call it a spin out, and some of these slides are bilingual between the US and the United Kingdom. Usually the technology transfer offices don't have a choice. And the reason is because the large companies don't want our stuff. And they don't want our stuff. I'm sorry, somebody else is speaking. Thank you. The large companies don't want university stage technology. It's too early, too risky, doesn't fit into current product lines. And particularly in the US and Europe, the emphasis on short-term stock earnings are saying to the companies, no, we can't invest in something that's going to take that long a time to market. So what happens? Next. So it ends up that the startups are providing the bridge to, this one's live, so you're going to have to keep punching the forward button. Startups provide the bridge to industrial production. And next slide, it should, yeah, it's animated. And it's a bridge. A large fraction of the truly innovative technology inventions in the US is covered by, it starts with government grants. particularly to research institutions. Universities in the US are primarily funded by competitive research grants. Okay, so the government gives the university money. The university research leads to an invention, an early stage invention. Next, the Technology Transfer Office files a patent, and then comes the game. Who wants it? Well, marketed to large companies, they don't want it. So a startup company forms and we license to the startup. The startup success in turn relies on investors willing to do high risk investment. But they're willing to because it turns out to be a fairly profitable business in the long run, although high risk. Because the startup company develops to the commercial proof of concept, and then the large company will pay very large amounts of money for the product that they can then do the marketing and sales of. Or in the case of pharmaceutical companies, usually they do the clinical trials. And this has become a very important way that the large companies grow. They grow more by acquisition than by primary development themselves. So startups have become a very important part of university tech transfer. Next slide, please. Okay, so why were we able to do so much? The 25 a year, starting almost 20 years ago. First of all, there's a lot of research goes on at MIT. It's billion-dollar fundamental research. They're willing to support patents. And in many universities in the US, the problem is who's going to pay for the patents because the government doesn't pay for the patents. So you're not getting as many university inventions patented. Also, over time, you get what has developed, and I'm going to speak more on this, is an entrepreneurial ecosystem, both inside and outside the university, that helps the faculty and students spin out the company. And one of the things that also distinguishes MIT and has for the 30 or 40 years is that they're not doing it primarily for the money. Because you can look at the statistics and on the average, university tech transfer doesn't make much money. But our motto has been impact, not income, impact on the technology, getting it out to the public, and therefore the impact on the public, and the impact on the fact that we're bringing new cures and new technology out into the world. And it helps when you've done a lot of it, when you've done several hundred licenses, the next one is much easier to do. Next. But now, and this has been a change in probably the last 10 years at MIT, they always liked the startups we were doing, but MIT doesn't invest money in their startups. But now they are actively investing activity in their startups, which costs money, but it's not invested in companies. And they're doing this at two levels, both the startups that are taking licenses to MIT technology, but also to startups independently started by faculty and students. They're encouraging them to happen. And I want to describe some of the ways that they are encouraging this to happen. Okay, next. Next slide. Why? Well, first of all, startups have been critical to get industry, big industry, to tackle the hard problems. The universities are doing the basic research for unconquered diseases, and an example is neurological diseases, for climate change, clean energy, water, and clean agriculture, what President Raphael Reif calls the hard problems. And his view is we should be working on the hard problems. Next. And there's other incentives. It's critical to local economic development, and you can see the difference in Cambridge. When I was an undergraduate and came to MIT, Kendall Square was full of decaying old warehouses and one greasy diner. Now it's one of the centers of biotechnology in the world. Also, faculty realized that education in entrepreneurship is another way to encourage innovative thinking, because entrepreneurship is about risk. Entrepreneurship is about measuring risk, taking risk, being willing to fail and learn from from what your company failed. So what? Next time you'll do it smarter because you learned a lot. It's also important to the university nowadays to attract innovative faculty who want opportunities to create companies and to prepare students for the future. The instability of employment in large companies in the US has started to discourage people to go into engineering. But now the opportunity for engineers and scientists to make their own futures through entrepreneurship is helping students understand that you can have a very successful life and not necessarily work for one company your whole life. Okay, next slide. So how do we do it? Again, MIT does not invest in its startup companies. Its approach is primarily educational, both formal and informal. Formal entrepreneurship courses in the business school, and MIT's geography makes it easy for collaboration between their business schools and their science school and their engineering school. They're all on one campus, and it's about, if the student runs fast enough, they can get between their chemistry course and the entrepreneurship course at the business school in time for class. There's also many short courses and seminars, many taught by people in the surrounding industry, and there's student clubs in venturing and etc. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. An important thing we find is mentoring, having someone to be at your side, particularly for students, but also for faculty, because learning entrepreneurship is both technical and personal. Technical, you can learn finance in the business school, but there are many other aspects where personal teaching, personal evaluating becomes very important. Two of them we have, I'll start with the bottom one, is the MIT Venture Mentoring Program, which is available to faculty, to students, and to any alumni who, they have recruited over 150 mentors from the business community, and the service is available free. A newer program, which is available only to students, but to every student, is a formal process where students can apply. They all essentially all get accepted if their ideas make any sense at all, in which there are some formal short courses and then regular meetings with mentors, mostly business people who are retired or have time to do it. At any given time, there are about 300 nascent company teams being mentored in a given year. I participate in the program and have probably worked with in the last 3 years that I've been doing it with probably close to 50 companies, teams. Next. Another that is housed at our business school in the Entrepreneurship Center, but is available to students from throughout the university. And here we're talking, by the way, about undergraduates, PhD students, MBAs, and student teams, and here it's competitive because it's limited, are housed in the Entrepreneurship Summer over the summer. They have mentors, they have mock company boards, and for undergraduates who are accepted, there are even stipends for summer salaries, so they don't have to take summer jobs to help support their tuition. Next. And maker spaces. Please, there's a whole new floor of the building, several floors of the building that are devoted to students coming in and building prototypes or being mentored on their business plans. And an important part of it is that the students meet each other, talk with each other. The new companies learn from each other. And this is, so there's a tiny little kitchen, and there's meeting spaces, and there's ways in which several hundred students at a time can be working together. Maybe they're not all in the building at the same time because they have classes, but they learn a lot from each other. And there's equipment, 3D printers and machine shop, and so that they can try out prototypes. This is all, by the way, interesting. This is all before the company may even exist. In fact, usually it is before they're incorporated. But then through the mentoring programs, until the students graduate and for 6 months afterwards, we can see these little embryos develop into toddlers, and many go off and become real companies. Next. Now, one thing that we're able to do in Cambridge and in many places in the US is the volunteers from the business and investment community. These people are unpaid, they come in, but because they are, some of them have been CEOs, entrepreneurs themselves, some of them are from the venture capital community, angel investors, and by participating in these mentoring and other kinds of volunteers activities, they get to know what's going on in the universities, and the students and faculties get to know them, so that the birth of a company becomes more of a public event in the sense that other people know about it, other people are watching, and eventually talent and investment money comes in. Thank you. Next slide. Which leads to something that's very important, which is role models. People see that other people have done it, that they can do it too, that you don't have to be Superman to start a company. And so students graduate with the sense that I can do it too if I want to. And it changes their long-term expectation, which we find very important. Next. So it's become a synergy between the university and its business environment, in which companies, venture capitalists, investors, and management talent are operating on a continuing basis. Next. Next slide. And so we hope that this kind of synergy will mean that the university and business are building a better future together. There's an old statement that I think Hillary Clinton said when she was first lady, that in terms of raising children, that it takes a village to raise a child. We're beginning to realize it takes a village to raise a company, but we hope we're building a better future together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It's very rich information there. We hope we can build a better future together.
Great.
Okay. Now it's open up for questions. Any panels or from the audience? Okay. Okay. I have a question, Lisa.
Yeah.
I noticed that you MIT is doing a wonderful job at tons of talents. Do you have specific incubators?
No.
Okay.
Which is very interesting. I used to say that when people said, does MIT have an incubator? I would say, yes, it's called the City of Cambridge. And it's still that way to some extent. The MIT has helped a couple of various incubators form by some land that the MIT owns, but doesn't run any incubators. The closest is that little summer incubator that I talked about in the venture thing. But what we found is that space is, real estate is not a limiting factor. You can always find a place, although it's getting worse with the price of things, but you can always, when you're really just getting started, you can always find some place to hang out. And we did help something called Lab Central get started because that was different. It was an incubator for biotechnology companies, where the problem is that to outfit a biotechnology company and open the door is $1 million worth of equipment minimum. And so this is fully fitted out and allows biotechnology companies to get started immediately rather than having to figure out how to get the equipment. You move in. It's oversubscribed, but MIT helped because it owned the land for it and helped them get started. So the closest we come to an incubator is this mentoring and courses and stuff like that, where including the venture mentoring service, which is, as I said, will even do alumni companies. The view is we're not building companies, we're building entrepreneurs. Now, maybe their first time out, we're helping them try the first company, but if it doesn't work, that's okay. They will have learned a lot. And sometimes if they're still at the Institute, they can start a second one and would be encouraged to do so. The idea being, and this is very important for entrepreneurship, failure is not a black mark, it's a learning experience. And so you should be in an environment that is sufficiently nurturing one way or the other to allow failure rather than have it ruin your life. And that's what happens also, not only in a university, but in a truly innovative geographical area where they have role models and the like. So the answer is why we don't have a formal incubator, because that's not the limiting resource.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Just give a question in the chat.
Okay, I see one that's come up. Oh, it disappeared. Can somebody read it? Anyway, it was saying, was it Dr.? I don't know who asked it. Someone asked it was something about a time.
I have a question here is what is the typical time frame? I mean, how many years for a new product or new invention from the lab to the market, based on your lifetime experience from and any changes in trend for similar innovations in the same field?
Well, if it's software, it could be 2 years. If it's pharmaceutical, it could be 20 years. No, I'm not. I mean, in fact, several of our companies that were in the genetic engineering space actually have gotten product on the market, by which time the patents had 20 years had passed and the patents had expired. So the university didn't get any royalties from it, but that doesn't mean we aren't damn proud of it. So the time frame depends on the technology, the people, and their ability to raise sufficient funding to go as fast as the science will allow them to do it. Remember, in areas like, let's not just do pharmaceuticals, let's talk about batteries. You're still doing science at the time the company spins out. You haven't solved all your technical problems yet. So it's not just a matter of manufacturing. So that's why it's impossible to answer your question. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Very broad.
I know we may have a lot of other questions. And Lida, Dr. Nelson, do you mind if later on somebody send a question to you later on? Because we have been almost 10 minutes behind.
Yeah, I know.
Keep going.
That's
Thank
why
you
I went
so
so
much.
fast.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Yes, you can send out my email address if anyone wants to.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's pass on to Dr. Zhou Xiaoping and section 2. Thank you so much.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. First, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the CAST US community allowing us to organize this great session about advancing technology into commercialization. So as a scientist, I actually work in the pharmaceutical industry for drug development. I truly believe that translation of basic research in our technology into commercialization is the fundamental to foster innovation and improve our life. So therefore today, it is my honor to introduce our invited speakers, Dr. Xing, Chang, and Tom, and our moderators, Dr. Xiang and Li, to organize this exciting session. So with that, I will hand over to Dr. Li to introduce our first talk today. Dr. Li.
Thanks, Dr. Zhou. And it's a great honor to have Dr. Chuanhua Xin from Sihua Medical to give a talk. And she is the founder and CEO of the Sihua Medical and X Precision LLC. She's also the past president of the Chinese Biopharmaceutical Association USA, and she has received the Top 100 Healthcare Visionaries Award. And today she will talk about leading AI technologies to cancer and future medicine. Dr. Xin, please.
Thank you for the introduction. So I will start to share. Thank you for the invitation. My talk today is about leading cancer, future diagnosis and treatment.
Dr. Xing, you have an echo. Maybe you open 2 accounts simultaneously.
Yes.
You can close one of them. or mute the other one.
Is better now?
Yeah, it's good now. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Pretty good.
Thank you. Sorry, I opened two accounts because one doesn't work for the video, but excuse me, I hope you can see my picture from later my slides, but I'm so happy to present this topic to you here. And later does now just present the startup in MIT, and I also learned a lot about here. I present from AI, especially about AI in medicine, and from my personal case, I just startup founder, and also the future medicine, especially for cancer diagnosis and treatment. So this is the brief introduction about me. I graduated from NC State and as my PhD from NC State, and also postdoc from Duke University. And also as I was in Boston University as assistant professor and work as a principal statistician from AstraZeneca, etc. So this is my brief career experience. From my this experience, and also as a senior statistical advisor for the DDC for 3 vaccine projects for DoD. So for my brief career history, and I mainly work as AI inventor and also my machine learning new technology development. So I work a lot of this innovative technology in AI, and so I somewhere as the generation of AI AI technology scientist in early 2000, that time as a genome become available, especially when 2010 sequencing become available for both research and diagnosis. And then I spent a lot of time since I was in Duke and Boston University, AstraZeneca, and later I founded XPRECISE and Shuhua Medical. So I really spend a lot of time in AI technology invention and think how we can really invent the advanced technology to extract information from genome, from medical data, and how we can transform them into useful products. So for solving medical problem. And this is the process growing with this field, and also really growing process for myself. I also volunteer as a president for Chinese Biopharmaceutical Association, and I'm honored because of my consistent dedication and learning and working in AI, and also my service for the field. So received some awards, including the recent ones, FA 2021, the Top 100 Healthcare Visionary Award. And so here I just present as a case, and also I did some breakthrough works in the field. So here is a brief introduction of my team. My team is composed mainly from my PhD classmates and also my friends I met during my service for Chinese Biopharmaceutical Association. I founded XPRECISE in 2015, and I moved to the market stage also to China. So I hope this breakthrough technology development and also products can really bring the benefit to the global people. My advisory board composed by Raju. Raju is a Harvard professor, is really a representative person in genetics and cancer, and did a lot of service for American cancer and precision medicine. And Hong Tu Zhu is professor in UNC Chapel Hill and also distinguished professor MD Anderson. And I have collaboration with him. And Dr. Jiafu Ji, and he is a distinguished clinical professor in China and especially in stomach cancer. He is the dean of Beijing Hospital. And I know him for years from friends. He is a friend's classmate. And Guo Liangyu is the founding president of Chinese Biopharmaceutical Association. We have a long-term connection via that association. And Franklin is the CEO of National Foundation for Cancer Research from 1997 to 2018. I know both Raju and Franklin from his foundation, and his current CEO is also the former president for Chinese Biopharmaceutical Association. So I have good classmates and friends to help the executive team, and I really honor and very lucky have a very good top tier expert friends to have our project. And this is use one word, one sentence to describe what we do. And I think I worked with my advisors, my collaborators, my colleagues, and my current team, leading AI and machine learning methods to develop AI products, especially AI in genomics, for solving diagnosis, treatment problems. The goal is to promote AI in medicine and healthcare globally. And here today, I discuss two questions. So the first is, what is the future medicine? And we all thinking like innovation, especially AI innovation, come to medicine. And we all experiencing the very obvious changes in medicine field. And now next is, what can we do? I, my team, and you, what can we do for the future medicine? And the first question asked is that, what is the goal of medicine? I think this is a very general question. It can be a general discussion for the audience. It can also a very general question for the physician, the clinician. But obviously the first goal is to cure the disease. And in the past, we all know that when we experience the pain of disease, the first goal is how to cure the disease or how to delay the disease or how to comfort the patients. But when we have better living environment and when we want to higher living standards, then we want to live better and we want to make people healthier. We don't want just maybe cure one small disease or big disease, but we want to live healthier or live longer. So I think we go to the second stage now, and now let's see how AI can do or what in practice we do for the disease. So in general, we all know that in the medicine field, we experience different stages. In hospital, probably we can use several words to describe the whole function for the hospital, like the doctors do the detection, diagnosis, and treatment, or you can say the diagnosis and treatment. That's all. And of course, clinicians and physicians are really very professional career and respected career. But this process going to next stage, that is AI can improve and promote these functions in the future, now and in the future. And also the cure disease is not just diagnosis and treatment. We also need effective drugs. So pharmaceutical company is very important and a very important element in this process. And also like a physician, surgery, like an insurance company participate in this process and etc. And now we all experiencing new technology. I just illustrate some of the new technology on the on your right side, this circle, you can see that there are different aspects of technology. Like we all see, like a 3D print is all about imaging micro interest spectrum, and also some devices like protein knife is really a fancy new technology ongoing in clinical practice, and also like new technology how to find biomarkers for diagnosis and also for drug development, and some like new reagents and materials to support experiments, especially for wildlife experiments, and also surgery devices and treatments like new technology, especially Chinese Biopharmaceutical Association, and also similar high level or professional association really focus a lot what we do now and future to promote treatment, especially for drug development. And we CBA is Chinese Biopharmaceutical Association. We discuss a lot every year annual meeting, and one topic in recent years is AI. And I marked as red. You can see AI really play growing roles in diagnosis and treatment. And when we go to, for example, we go Google, and we want to see what's the future medicine, what do people think of future medicine, what are people discussing. You can see the pictures, almost every picture. You can see the elements of influence of AI. Really, future medicine is deeply involved with AI. So now I want to talk more specific, what can AI do for the future medicine? And in general, we know that AI can do a lot from hospital, from pharmaceutical companies, healthcare management and insurance, etc. More specific, you can see the health keeping well, health management, early detection, diagnosis, decision making. This is for doctor works, treatment, doctor works, end of care, lab care, research, training, etc. involved clinical practice and drug development, research, and education. And from technology point of view, and what really AI can do for medicine, and from technical point of view, for example, if you ask me, I summarize from two parts. One is the sources or the data, and like the data can come from omic data. It often refers to genetic data. It can also refer to transcriptomic data or proteomic data. It's called omic data. Or second, a big class we all know, for example, cancer, we use a lot of image data, for example, CT scans or for example, ultrasound, etc. And clinical measures, and for example, we measure blood pressure, we measure weight, height, and this general measures. We also want to know age, family history, etc. This is very relevant to cancer, especially for hereditary cancer. For others, like smoke influence to lung cancer, that's environmental influence and behavior factors, like whether you sleep late and whether exposed to some dangerous environment, etc. And machine learning really is another technology element, very important to promote this AI in medicine, and it can relevant to different issues, different stages, from early stage to late stage of cancer and for drug development, etc. And I want to talk a little more what we do at our team for the AI technology. And we all know that AI or machine learning or IT if technology can help collect information, fast computation, and reduce tedious work, and give better diagnosis and treatment. But we focus on the core function in hospital and drug development, mainly in AI genomics, including genetic testing, CDS as a clinical decision supporting system, and also drug development. And this general market analysis, I mainly extract information in China, since I recently work on Chinese market, but globally has the same trend. Definitely, US and China market really see a lot of similarity. And you can see the figure on the left. The top part is for the digital market. It occurs very late, but grows very rapidly. For the genetic testing market, it's an existing market, but it grows is exponentially as well. And so I especially note one factor for the genomic market is that the percentage of people using the genetic NGS genetic testing is very low. In US, it's 4.6%. In China, it's only 1.3%. According to the prediction that the whole market will grow very dramatically, about more than 10, even 20 or 30%. So obviously, the whole market is growing very rapidly, and that brings good news to us. And that means that the AI in medicine is really needed from the clinical practice and the pharmaceutical companies. And the new startup who can solve the pinpoints on the core technology, have the threshold, the technology threshold, I believe will grow the next generation leaders. And this is introduce what we really do as a breakthrough technology in AI. And in general, the sequencing technology, especially NGS, and also the third generation, fourth generation coming to the research and clinical practice. And but the machines only solve the problem of presenting genes, even millions or simultaneously, but they don't tell what's the relationship between the genes and the disease. And that's the task we do now. I think we are not lonely. We are not the only team working on this. I started work on this around 20 years ago. My focus is on integrative genomics, or integrate multiple sources to decode the disease mechanism, so that better to diagnose the cancer, and also better to detect the new targets for drug development. But during this process, different people are working on different aspects. But I believe that we really solve a key issue that is really leading in the fields. That is, we really remove the assumption of conditional or independence among variables or genes and risk factors. That become a seminal paper when we passed the first paper in 2009 in JASA. That's the first year paper. The co-authors, Dave Johnson, is Duke Art and Science professor. He is also COPS President Award winner in 2010, which is Nobel Prize in statistics. And we incorporate this new technology and a series of a set of different new technology into a package and system. And the third part is called leading in artificial intelligence. It's referred to what we really insert into this pipeline. So when we do the genetic testing, then the first step is collecting the samples from patients and sequencing. The second is do some interpretation. I call it basic interpretation. It's compared to our new development. And basically, we really do from single gene to multiple gene, multi risk factors and multi omics. So that's our new technology. We named multiple gene, multi-factor, and multi-omics. And the goal is really revolutionize the detection and treatment in hospital and also field new drug development. And briefly to introduce, we provide the optimized solution for early detection and later stage diagnosis and treatment. We also involve the drug development for the key problem, especially for new targets identification and clinical trial, companion diagnosis plus AI plus companion diagnosis. And we realized the total automation after sequencing from the data to report, and several products are moving to market now. And in brief words, we package our technology into products, into two categories, service and product. Before we obtain the IVD and also AI product license from FDA and the CFDA, we work as a service to enter hospitals and also pharmaceutical companies. And we have 4 major features summarized. 1, 2, 4 are the unique features for our technology and products, and the 3 is comparing to the existing ones. The first one is like because of time, I don't want to talk in detail, but the first one is a unique feature. It's because of our breakthrough AI, so that we really can obtain the leading solution for both early, late stage cancer diagnosis treatment and also drug development. Provide multiple target drug diagnosis. That so note that the whole pharmaceutical world now is focused on single and double targets, especially antibody drug developments, and we really can focus multiple target now. And we cover more genes, especially new genes. We especially provide new discoveries, and the accuracy is higher. And because of AI, we save the cost and time. So we really promote next generation products in AI features. And this is some illustration comparing to 3 types of cancer, and we show all the results better to the comparison in 1 sentence, just to share the general results. And this is model comparison. In general, the regression model on if people work on the field probably know that more than 90% model are used are realized by the regression model. And I just want to evaluate the regression model, how to work on the problems. Then when the biomarkers when the data sample, especially no dependency among genes and risk factors, and the accuracy pretty good. When the biomarker are weak, then the accuracy is still 90%, but when they are strong, they close to 100%. But when it comes to the real data, especially for cancer data, complex data, the accuracy reduced dramatically. This can explain why some company represent some clinical trials and the accuracy is low. And now, because of these reasons, we developed advanced methods, and comparing to other more advanced methods comparing to the regression model. And for the low models and high complexity, means they have a different level of dependency. Our accuracy keep the stable, more than 99% accuracy based on thousands of data evaluation. So in 1 sentence, we really have much better performance than the regression model and give better results than other advanced machine learning methods. And this is a comparison to both US and China represent companies. In 1 sentence, that we are leading in AI technology, and we provide the best solutions for both early and late stage diagnosis and treatment. And now we combine the goal of this talk and really what we do, why we do, what's connection to the future medicine. And imagine that the future medicine is like this. Doctor sitting in the office, open the screen across the walls, and then we can see that all different type of information presented in digital way. And one group is like the genomic information you can see, and also some image information here. And what we really do is that we can automatically diagnose the diagnosis, treatment. We give doctor option. So we present this information to doctor here. So that's our goal. And from this point of view, we are really do the fundamental research and fundamental technology development for the future medicine. And so why we do this is obvious that we know the cancer is like an existing thing. We used to it. We used to our family and friends and dying, and that's life cycle. And yeah, but when we are the people, especially clinician, physician like me, although I'm not a clinician and I work on cancer, I have classmates who grew up together with me. My family and got cancer and dying cancer, and I just free diagnosis for them, hundreds of these cases, and really feel pain. And I want to contribute. Maybe I need to work with the colleagues in the field together to conquer, to kill the cancer. But I hope I deliver milestones in this process. So that's the goal, why I do this. I hope before I'm sick, before the people I care sick, I can do something. So that's the goal. And so recently I attended some meetings all the time when people discuss what's the future medicine and what's the top technology contribute to future medicine. And all the time, artificial intelligence, if not number one, but at least always top three, and never go to the top five. So always is top technology. So you can see some technology maybe in the future medicine. So I just share with you this information, and I really love this field. And so let's last slides, let's picture what will happen in the future medicine. So in the future, we don't need so many people have to make appointment with doctors, and so many people crowd in the hospital, and the good and the best doctors are limited. So we all want the best care, right? But in the future, we probably just sit in office, sit in home, and we use AI, use cloud as the major tool or currency to connect all the future medicine elements. And for the main function, like we are the scientists, the AI scientists, and also other new technology scientists work on solve the different functions to solve the communication for medicine. I mainly focus on the diagnosis, treatment, and drug development, but some others can provide us, for example, remote diagnosis, etc. Some probably provides facility, etc. So finally, maybe we all just sitting at home to fix all the issues for diagnosis and treatment, and even some daily healthcare management. Also, drug development can contribute a lot. And so in one sentence is that we want to work towards the future medicine and to cure cancer, to healthier and longer time. And thank you. That's the end of my talk. And the last slide I just share, very happy to share with, I very honored to receive this award, and it's also encouraging to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Xin, for the great presentation, and congratulations on the great progress in this research. So I think just have a quick question before we move on to the next one. So AI, excuse me, depends on the big data and of patients, and also probably the models, etc. And but also we know like people live in different countries have different living styles. So do you think that the conclusions or treatments developed based on the patients from one country, like let's say China, do you think that outcome can be applied to treat patients in other countries like the United States?
Yes, of course. And there are differences, like, for example, 5-year survival for cancer are different from China and the US, and there are also some genomic information difference. For example, EGFR mutation frequency in China, in Chinese people is higher, but in general, the technology has no boundaries.
Thank you. Now we will, thank you, really appreciate it. I think now we will pass on to the to Dr. Xueping Zhou to moderate the next presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the great talk. I think with our first exciting talk, I would like to introduce our second speaker, Dr. Susan Chan. Dr. Chan is an engineering consultant and a technology innovator with a full experience in engineering design, computer simulations, research and development, as well as industrial equipment testing. So in terms of technology innovation, Susan owns a design of a no coolant solid state air heating and cooling green system powered by solid energy. She has several patents, including one international patent. So today, her talk is about smart flash flooding management using small tributary analysis, a project that she is a co-developer. Let's welcome Dr. Chan for her great talk. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Zhou. Can you share the slides?
Yes.
Or you want to play the video first?
I thought you have the slide. Hold on a second.
Mm,
Do you have your own? You can share.
I can share. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Maybe I think it's pretty tiring after a long time. Even the talks are interesting, but the hours are long. And can you let me share screen?
Sure. I think you can share screen. Can you share?
Give it a try. Yeah, I think. Can you see?
Yes, it's coming.
Okay. All right. Okay. I show a very mini video of this. Okay. It basically shows if you have ideally a uniform rain in an area, and these are the streets and buildings, and these are real. I mean, all the terrain is real, and so you can see like which part will be under the condition that it's a uniform rain, and which part will be flooded first, and which part will be right after. So, okay, this is the little video shows basically what is today's problem and in our big cities. The reason for me to study this, and okay, I can unshare, and then I can bring the stop share, and I can bring the slides up. Okay. Okay, my topic today is to talk about flash flooding and basically the flash flooding management. Why we have to manage that? Because it's just a puddle of water when it rains. Okay, but it hasn't been for many years. And my first thing I like to tell everybody is that the flash flooding has become a increasing issue and become a severe issue and a very, very damaging problem. And is it going to get better? It's going to get worse before it gets better. Why? And everybody knows that China had a very fast growing time, and the cities expanded 5 or 10 times more. And the US is updating its infrastructure. And so there seems to will be a lot of constructions as well. And when we build, and that's for the better, and for better city, for better roads, for better better buildings and better transportation. But I don't know if people realize that when you build that, you are making something worse, and you can potentially make flash flooding worse. And we have many years of proof that the widespread flash flooding in huge cities, especially the mega cities, the newly fast expanded cities, have that severe issue that they have never really experienced before. And people say, oh, wow, this is a 10-year record rain. This is 50 years. This is 100 years. When they run up the numbers, then they will say, wow, this is the unprecedented ever since the human being existed. Anyway, so the US National Weather Services has always followed the damages of flash flooding. It's actually the most damaging natural disaster, top everything. It probably is very hard to believe. And why flash flooding, why it happens very often in big cities. And there are many arguments about that. And one of them is to say that flash flooding is because of the heat island effect. And what is the heat island effect? When you live in a big city, you live in New York, and everybody has air conditioning, and the inside is cooler, outside is hotter. And then you have the built environment, you have to pave the roads, you have the concrete buildings, you have the glass buildings, and all these are like first of all, they pave the roads, don't have any water, cannot penetrate that. And the air conditions and then expel the heat from inside to the outside. And also you have these concrete buildings absorb the heat from the sun, and then it will also release when it's when it's at night. So during the day or night, and the built area, the city, has higher temperature than the surrounding area. Everybody knows that the hot air rises, and so the hot air above the big cities rise. And if you expand it twice, and it's probably proportional, proportionally, and you have more hot air that rises up. And if you expand it 10 times, and you expect a lot more. And when the hot air rises and the cooler air in the surrounding area comes in to fill the void, and then to push the hot air to rise up even further. And of course, everybody knows when you're on an airplane and you know that outside is very cold. So the top cold layer of air, and when the hot air rises up from below, and the heat hit the top cooler layer of air, and what will form? Rain clouds. And if you have more air coming up, you have more rain clouds that can form. This is at least one of the theories. And maybe some people may argue about it, but so because of that, the chance for flash flooding, very severe flash flooding, happen in big cities is much, much bigger, and the scale will be much larger too. So what do we do about that? And of course, there are supposedly we should know what's going to happen. We should have the smart way of planning, and we should know what kind of flash flooding problem we are going to have, and then how we mitigate it, even prevent most of it. So to do that, and many things can be done, and but one easy and effective methods is using a small basin analysis, a smart flash flooding management based on a small basin analysis. And what is a small basin? And small basin is actually very easy. You have a creek in the in your backyard, and that little creek, and when it floods, and then it will flood its bank, and it will have a ridge line, and it's like you have one creek and another. Between the two creeks, and there is a ridge line, so the water will not on the one side of a ridge line only fall into that creek, on the other side of a ridge line falls into the other creek. So what I'm showing here is actually it's in where I lived before in Washington County, and you can see the small tributaries and also the small basins. Traditionally, how do we solve flash flooding issue? How do we design our system to mitigate it? And this is mainly based on rain gauge method, and it is an accurate measurement for the rains for the rain that falls into a specific location, and it has been used as a guide for the data for the as the basis for design for long time, and the people thinking about improving it, changing it, modify it. But I say, first of all, you have to understand how it works, and so that your modifications will really make sense and last much longer, hopefully more than 100 years. However, let's look at, this is one county, which is pretty large. And so like about 4 square miles. And how many rain gauges normally people can put on the ground, and this is how many that you can see. And so now you immediately ask the question, okay, so what's happening in between here? And anybody knows what kind of rainfall it is? No. And we just use the sporadic data and to form the design basis. So, but why don't you then put a lot of rain gauges on the ground to make it more data and use whatever machine learning, whatever to figure out? First of all, it's pretty costly to put the rain gauges down, and also another in terms of flash flooding, the rain gauges only provide the accurate reading of the rainfall at that particular spot, but does it predict anything? It could, but not easily, because especially not live. Say I want to know what's going to happen in the next 20 minutes. So should I deploy the emergency management people to rescue certain people from whatever places, the nursing home, the hospital, even daycare, and to get people out of there before the severe flash flooding or even tunnels happen? And you can't, because rain gauges measure the amount of rainfall after the rain already falls on the ground. Okay, if you have flash flooding, and that's already happened, so you cannot really have any significantly enough time, so-called like a warning or even a forecast for the flash flooding. But okay, there is a much cheaper way, and which we already have the data for a long time. We just didn't want to do it for some reason. So the next slide shows you, say, oh wow, okay, versus there are 14 data points in the last slide, and in this one you have like a 4,000, and there you always have them, and they're basically you don't have to install anything, so you just dig it out from the database. And then this is the database of the weather radar, and that's how many spots in the data points you can get. And these are at each point, and then you can basically calculate how much rain is going to fall into that location. And it's before it reaches the ground. So that's the key. And then certain people say, yeah, we can do that. And we really can use the existing weather data, but the existing weather data looks like this. Okay, what is missing? Remember, you have those tributaries, you have those small basins and the ridge lines, and you don't necessarily know where the ridge line is and where the basin is. So what you have is like that. The method I am working on, and actually this is not my method, I'm a co-developer of this, and this is developed by my partner, Mr. Robert Davis, and he was the founder of the flash flooding warning calculation based on small basins. So there was a calculation example, and this is like a one basin, and then they calculated rainfall is about 2.5, so in this area, and it does match what is shown in this area, in this map for this particular storm. And the okay, now, so how does this work is, first of all, you needed to know the weather radar data, and another important thing is you need to know when it's going to flash flooding is going to happen, and the same rain happen at different places would have different impact, and some areas will have flash flooding, some areas will not, based on the same rainfall. And why? Because you need to have a FFG, which is a flash flooding guidance. The guidance, different areas have different guidance. Like at this particular spot in here, and why this flash flooding, which was happened in, this is a real, I think it's during Ivan. This flash flooding happened is because of this, and there was a culvert underneath. Like people always do that. Okay, let's fill the dirt in the lake so we get more land, and let's seal the creek and put a road on top of it so that we can have a better transportation. So this happened because there is something buried underneath there. So it's basically a clogged artery. And somebody may remember that this looks pretty familiar. That's exactly the same spot I showed the video, and even the same telephone poles. So with this method, you could really predict and also plan for your cities, the current city, the built city, and the future cities, so that to protect your investment and also to protect human lives, because that's the first thing that flash flooding is threatening. So that's basically wrap up my talk, and welcome any questions. I'm just trying to make a more casual talk so that because hopefully can wake up you.
Great, thanks, Dr. Chan, for this great talk. I think I learned something about the technology, how to prevent this flash flooding. So I think based on your experience, right, just like for example, the New York thing, and then also the tragedy happened in Zhengzhou. What do you think the major problem in the current metropolis cities that they need to improve to prevent this kind of flash flooding?
I think first of all is the proactive thinking, and before it's not like say, hey, roll our sleeves up and let's go build a city. And before that, you needed to respect the nature. You need to know what you are disturbing and what the results could be. So flash flooding happens to be one of them, because you used to have say this is all vegetable fields, and then you put roads on it and you put buildings on it, and you naturally need to expect some kind of problems because your water doesn't have anywhere to go anymore, the rainwater. And on top of it, you also realize that because of the the air conditioning, the human activities, and the building's reflection and all that, and you are adding to your city something invisible, but it's real. It's the hot air that's in that particular area, and it's going to rise up, and it's going to go up to the colder layer and to form rain clouds. So you are wondering, say, when it was vegetable field, we didn't have that much rain. And yes, of course not, because not enough hot air to go that far to turn themselves to become rain clouds. So that's but I think it's not too late for people to realize it and to do the planning for better planning, and also for the built city. And instead of say, okay, let's just put in discharge system, trenches or whatever to guide the water away, that's one of the things that you need to do, but not all of it. Because if you guide all the water away, and the city will also have a big problem, because the underground water has no way to replenish. And in the long run, and the city will have another severe problem, is the underground water table is going to change. In general, probably lower its level. So yeah, to answer your question, I think it's just the proactive thinking is the first thing. And especially at the time that the US is thinking about do a major overhaul for infrastructure. And this is something that needs to be considered beforehand. And actually, there's also industrial sites that need to be considered too. Like for instance, Fukushima. And you can say that's not flash flooding. No, it's not. But if you did a site analysis on that particular site and you include the tsunami effect for that, and then you would know the risk, and you could have, at least there's a chance to prevent it from happening. And the same thing for chemical plants, for other the dangerous locations that have could either explosive or environmentally harming agents in that site. And then all these locations need to be evaluated to prevent any disasters from happening. So anyway, long story short is, if we proactively think about it and the plan and respect the nature, I think we could be in harmony with nature and have more beautiful cities, and but not more problems, especially not invest heavily, blindly, and to create problems for ourselves.
Yes, great. Thank you so much for your exciting talk. I think, yeah, we will have to move on to the next speaker. I think the moderator will be Dr. Xiang. Dr. Xiang, it's all yours.
Okay. Okay, thanks to Dr. Chang, very interesting talk. And the next speaker is Mr. Tang Tonggao. Mr. Tang is a former assistant professor of mathematics, director of a computer factory, and the leader of teaching and research group of computer theory science at Fudan University. As an innovative computer scientist, Mr. Tang used his spare time to develop a unique program induction method, which was the first robust method for general verification method of programming correctness. And he prepared a video for our conference. So should you please share the screen?
Hold on a second.
它呢，它要输入这个顾客的设计要求。假如说我们今天的顾客拿了很多要求，其中有一个 是吧？企业管理软件啊，他们是个企业管理软件。现在我点了他的顾客要求的文件，已经数据送到我这个
I think the sharing didn't work.
这个工具里面去。这个工具就是
Did the video work?
The only voice, no. Yeah, you can reshare the screen. Another try.
Sure.
Great.
现在开始让Visual D++ 连个位置，主要是一点它啊，这个是点它呢，它要输入这个顾客的设计要求。假如说我们今天的顾客拿了很多要求，其中有一个是吧，企业管理软件啊，他们是个企业管理软件。现在我点了他的顾客要求的文件，已经数据送到我这个Visual D++ 这个工具里面去。这个工具就是整个要求产生顾客的需要的软件代码。好，进了去以后呢，实际上我们这个软件可以有各种功能，主要一个是就是设计文件输入以后分析也可以document 叫文件管理，也有的 management 就是这个这里有 manager 也可以，还有 technician 他可以对这个加一些自己的新的这个要求这个不管。我们现在就是输入企业管理软件。这里呢，这个企业呢管理软件他提出了这几个，他说要给我那个计划部门计划部门呢要有软件，对吧？那么要有的这个有了计划以后呢，就要有个有了计划以后就要有个采购软件叫 purchasing 这个采购软件，也有个收到这个起点要知道什么产品，都弄好了以后呢，这个产品可以销售。销售呢，所有的结果呢都在会计部门，所以他这几个部门的软件都要来生成这个他设计要求这样，设计要求呢还要求再看看有什么要求呢？他要求也不高，很明确。他说正式软件开始执行的时候，这里是执行部署。他说initial就开始要有的这个administrator 就行政部门，他就要查你这个password 就算了。那么这里呢，他也提了些要求，就说哪个人可以做什么事情，比方说 administrator 这个软件管理员要给人家编制 password， 对吧？每个人都要，比方我们点进去，他有什么权利呢？他的权利说，他应该做 password management， 给人家搞 password， 对吧？他也可以收到，就是说 message 说有什么信号输过来，要我做什么事情，每个人都可以告诉他这我们就说了。那么这样的收到了以后呢，这个我们公司保密的不知道他讲什么东西，收到软件输进去就开始叫这个呢，就是叫 Windows 的 software， 就是说把你的设计要求，我开始生成代码大家看看，生成代码以后到底是产生的软件，这个软件名字叫什么呢？根据他们要求说，就叫企业software， 就是 SOP， 就商店的一个软件系统都可以的那么接下去做了这里你看下面的这个一行就在做进程，他就问你这个做好软件放在哪里呢？ 可以放在这里，你也可以改动到其他地方，我就放在这里啊。这个就说一个名字叫 source system， 这个 model 里面啊，我们开始做了。大家仔细看这里字比较小，现在做的是我推近点，做的 planning management 的软件，就是计划部门的软件啊，它先做，做了以后呢，大概是1分钟可以把它的代码啊全生成。现在是 parts 就是什么零件啊，它有的现在又到 storage 里面了，就是我收到的 parts 应该进行仓库，这个仓库的部门的软件。这里呢是 sales management， 就是销售部门的这个管理的软件。现在它叫了大概1分钟啊。现在 password management 的这个软件它在生成。接下去 customer supply 的 management 就是由顾客来退货啊，买东西啊，这个部门的这个软件。现在呢是 receive management， 就收到货的时候，他这个部门呢要做些事情。这个部门要做什么软件呢？啊，这顾客已经有要求了。receive 的 management 大概也要1分钟，它稍微这个软件扣的多点。接下去呢，这个圆圈在转，可能是这个部门软件扣的多，大概基本上也是1分钟左右可以。再看下面，就是我圆圈点的是它它做好了啊。全部都生成了啊，有几个因为刚刚在状态没显示，做好了以后他问你是不是他说这些代码已经放到了这个 C product generator program subsystem 里面了啊，你看，那么现在问你呢，你是不是要把它稍微 compile 一下，让你能够试试用看行不行啊？或者呢，就是你接受了，我不接受，我不接受啊！你给我让我试试。好，现在看看这个我这个系统给它代码程序都输出了，一个文件都输出，而且给你已经 compile 可以试用啊。这里这是一条路，出来的软件直接生成了。那么这里呢？他就问你，有了这个你试用的软件，你是不是要打开试试啊？他在这问我啊，你看，他在好，他说好了，你是不是要用OK 进去？所以刚刚我们通知说，打开执行，第一个是就是说 administrator 就是管理人员啊，他根据管理人员呢，因为我们初始说他的password 的 0啊，让他进去，他进去可以做啊 ，login 好进去了。这管理员呢，他收到通知，他说 program 叫 program form waiting， 他有个这个叫 password 的这个东西 waiting， 你可以进去这个就是他的工作，给每一个这个软件使用人的这个。给一个 password 啊，这个我们就不多了啊，不多讲了。就说这里呢，上面的 menu 显示各个部门都可以打开，但是这个刚刚讲的有的 security， 我们现在进来的是一个叫叫行政管理员，他只能够给你 password 的管理他其他不能做，当然可以收信息。这个，所以整个呢。软件就这么产生了，我们可以关掉。这个软件code关掉，不要关出来，可以了。好，整个软件关掉呢，产生的软件代码在这里啊，刚刚看到 product generator program 这个 model 里面，这个呢就是它的软件产生的。我们这个软件产生的，给它点开来看看多少大。 所以说这个软件 code 用 Visual C 啊，把它打开来看，你看这里的文件很多啊，一个 class 啊，多得不得了啊，这个很大的，整个有的5万啊、100万啊 byte， 对吧？所以说大家看到这个东西要人去一个生成是至少1年以上了，对吧？那么我们再看看它里面的代码到底什么，是吧？假如说每月我们就看看 sales management 啊 sales management 啊 sales management 啊 sales management 这样你看得到，你看它的代码多少啊？下去啊，这个就是它产生的自动产生 code， 这个 code 非常惊人。那么有了这个 code 有了，它可以这里可以这个使用者他自己可以进行 compile 了，你看到 rebuild 重新 build all， 对吧？这个给你的代码进行编译出来，最后说全部正确啊，你可以试试用一下啊，这个叫做执行一下，你看就是刚刚一样的，对吧？同机上一样的可以进去，好吧？那么这个可以以后说变形啊。今天就讲到这里，大家有问题以后可以问哈。再见，谢谢，再见，关掉了啊。
Okay. Thanks to Mr. Tan's talk. Mr. Tan, do you want to unmute yourself to talk with us? Okay. I'm not sure whether Mr. Tan is listening right now. Okay, here it is.
Okay, you can listen what I say. Yeah. You can listen?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay. Thank you. In 1997, our research group considered one topic. What's the 100 years later software engineering technology? Because currently software engineering technology have a lot of bug and spend very expensive. We think, include other people think, the next generation software needs automated software engineering. So in 2001, I joined this research, and 8 years later, 8 fighting years, I'm lucky succeed. This is result. This result includes the theory, method, and system, include the product, always succeed. This product, so then this time, the meeting president, Susan Zhang, suggested and invite me attend this meeting. I think these Chinese people need to offer them my efforts. Now, I invite my colleague, Mr. Zhang, to introduce this new technology to everyone. Also, I said that my technology never published any conference, just this conference for Chinese people. Now, invite the introduce.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chen Zhang, and I was working at Carnegie Mellon University School of Computer Science for 30 years. So right now you see this example. This example, just this system, Sharp system, generate about 145 documents. The code is about 6.3 megabytes. As you know, for the standard software development, every 100 lines, it will generate 15 to 50 bugs. And also in a software project, if you have 100 developers and you roll about 50K line code, then the maintenance fee were more than half of your budget. So now you see how beautiful this generator, this automate code generator. Okay, and I also give you another example to show his power. A couple years ago, I tried to learn Android programming. And after I learned, Dr. Tang, Professor Tang say, hey, I can try it. Do you want to teach me? I say, okay, I give you some example. She doesn't know any Android coding. But after a couple of months, this system already generates Java-based code running on Android mobile phone. That's very amazing. You see, from this system generate code, you don't need to debug. The maintenance cost is reduced to very minimal. For example, like now China is developed, Huawei is developed Hongmen system. I believe this generator can generate their program, I say within 1 year, maybe about 6 months. It can very easy to generate code running at Hongmen system. Yeah, that's the beauty. Yeah, that's as I'm the first user using this. Okay, so I know its power. Yeah, it's very powerful. It's the state of art of program. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tang. We're now open for questions. Is there any questions? Okay.
Question. My question is, how long, this is for Mr. Chang, how long the Huawei system, how long Huawei used, how much time Huawei used to generate their system? You said use Mr. Tang's system, it may...
No, I didn't know. I just say if Huawei have this, okay, system ready, okay, then Mr. Tang's code can modify to add some function, okay, to generate Huawei's code. I think within 1 year is enough to generate code for Huawei system. That means it can generate for every system, generate different code. This code is currently, you see, it's running on Windows. It generates C program, but Android system running Java program. It can generate Java's code too. I believe because we don't have time, okay, he can generate iPhone code too. And also had 0 bug. That's amazing.
Should we say the cost of a software generation for one particular cell phone, we can reduce that to maybe 5% or 10%?
Oh, yeah. Reduce cost, reduce time too.
Okay.
Amazing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We thank Ms. Tang for his wonderful talk. And due to the time limit, we have to move to the next presentation. And Dr. Xue Bingzhou will moderate.
Hey everyone, sorry about the delay, and we have really late lag behind. So next one, we're gonna, without the sponsor, we got a sponsorship from all over the place, and without their support, this event cannot happen as well. So I'm gonna play this kind of video talking about the company. It's called D, which is a life science company, provide a lot of services in particularly in pharmaceutical industry. So let's listen to this.
Against all these threats and challenges to life, constant progress of research in life science and tight collaboration in relevant industry chains are essential for achieving better vital quality.
Just add that, please stay up this one. We will go to session 3.
Originated in 2002, RWD has been constantly furnishing customers with reliable solutions and services in life science, animal health, and clinical medicine, and dedicated for better vital quality within our wits and powers. Our products have been sold to over 100 countries and regions around the globe and won worldwide customer confidence and support. At RWD, we launched 6 solutions in the fields of life sciences, animal health, and clinical medicine at the forefront of the world, including animal surgery and modeling solutions, which ensure experiment efficiency through diverse animal disease modeling and model evaluation techniques. In vivo imaging solutions, which provide tangible tech support in fields such as biology, pharmacology, materiology, and translational medicine, among others, by accurately showing blood flow and changes in other indicators of live beings in visualized imaging. Neurosignal research solutions, which are valuable tools for neurocircuit analysis, as well as research into mechanisms for neural system diseases, development of brain-machine intelligence technology, and more. Histopathology solutions, which improve the quality and efficiency of pathological diagnosis while sectioning with high accuracy and efficiency. Cellular and molecular biology research solutions, which advance efficient scientific research through covering all conventional experiments, including cell separation and purification, self-culturing, self-analysis, and molecular biology. Animal diagnosis and treatment solutions, which evaluate diagnostic efficiency and treatment efficacy of surgery with anesthesia, dental services, rehabilitation, and physiotherapy, urinary system diseases, etc. And our assistants, science researchers, have published thousands of papers in a number of world-leading academic journals, including Nature and Science. On top of that, many scientific research institutions, medical institutions, and pet diagnosis and treatment centers have attained their success by leveraging our 6 solutions up to now. We will maintain cooperation and innovation with an open mind, boosting growth within many industries through joint efforts with our partners.
So we've been collaborating and cooperating with RWD for quite some time now, and their self-developed products have helped us in the laboratory maintain accuracy and improve accuracy and help our efficiency. We've used everything from cryostats for sectioning various organs of the body, all the way through to stereotactic surgery solutions to deliver small amounts of virus to very minute regions of the brain. We're really happy with RWD's product, and we're really excited to see what they've got in store, their future products that they have in store for the future, and helping researchers worldwide.
Mein Name ist Dr. Heinrich Koddebusch. Ich bin seit 30 Jahren praktizierender Tierarzt und seit 20 Jahren beschäftigen wir uns schwerpunktmäßig mit der Narkosetechnik in der Kleintierpraxis. Uns Tierärzte treibt das Wohlergehen unserer Patienten an, sowie die ständige Verbesserung ihrer Lebenserwartung und ihrer Lebensqualität. RWD hilft uns dabei mit hochmoderner Beatmungstechnik und ebenso modernen Lösungen für Diagnostik und Therapie. RWDs Hilfe können wir Tierärzte sicherer und effizienter operieren, aber gleichzeitig sorgt RWD auch für eine verbesserte Lebenserwartung. Das Wohlergehen unserer Patienten und die ständige Verbesserung ihrer Lebenserwartung und Lebensdauer treibt uns Tierärzte an.
As a national high-tech enterprise, RWD ascribes great importance to technology research and development. Based on 4 technical platforms, including optical imaging, precision transmission, accurate temperature control, and detection of weak signal, we have a grip on leading core technologies across many fields. Since RWD's founding, The company has invested hundreds of millions on research and development, gaining almost 100 patents, both domestic and international, as a result. In addition to a sound manufacturing base, advanced processing assembly line, and precision detection system, RWD has built an integrated control system that monitors all aspects of operations from research and development to manufacturing. The name RWD comes from the transliteration of the English word reward, meaning payback to society. Reward is not only the original aspiration of the creation of RWD, but also the continuous belief of the company. In 2016, RWD launched the RWD Preclinical Medicine Enlightenment Scholarship to help with the development of research talent in China's preclinical medicine. So far, the scholarship has been awarded to 38 institutions of higher education nationwide. As the Vice President Unit of the Huxley Wildlife Conservation Society, RWD has donated medical equipment and supplies for wildlife relief and the conservation of the natural ecosystem. In 2020, RWD donated clinical medical supplies worth over RMB 1 million to the Giant Panda National Park to help with safeguarding our national treasure. In the future, RWD will continue to contribute its wits and powers to enhance vital quality and help global customers unlock vital mystery and safeguard vital health.
Okay, so I think I don't think we have any time for questions. So let's move to the next session, which is our last session today. That's about science and life of Asian Americans, which will be moderated by Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou?
Okay. Good morning and good evening. I'm Jinrong Zhao. I'm the associate professor in surgery at the Harvard Medical School. My co-chair will be Dr. Jingbo Liu. First, it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Gang Ren. Dr. Ren is a chief scientist in the Molecular Foundry, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratories. He is a well-known scientist in protein structure and cryo-electron microscopy, and he has received several national awards, including fellowship awards and the Irving Page Research Awards from the American Heart Association, and has served as several panel members in the national review committees and editorial board members. The title of his talk is Individual Particle Electron Tomography, IPET, an approach to reveal protein dynamics. Please join me to welcome Dr. Ren.
Is my voice is okay?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Dr. Zhou, for this introduce. And thank you, CAS committee and Dr. Liu Jingbo and for this invitation. It's my great pleasure and honor to give a talk about our research project. So in many years, last decade, we are kind of focused on individual particle 3D structure. So why we do that, the motivation. So it's we know the world, the nature is dynamic, people dynamic, bird dynamics. And if you zoom in each person, you see the human body dynamics. They breathe, they do the job. And if you zoom in the human body, you find that every cell is dynamic. If you zoom in the cell, we find that every molecule is in dynamic. Even the background and the atom and the molecular cluster, they also dynamic and moving. And if you zoom in particular atom and a particular molecular, and no matter the form as a crystal or not crystal, they are naturally vibration and dynamics. That's why our nature of the world and build up this dynamic molecular. However, when people study this molecule, they only gave like a rigid body structure, just like a rock. And how this rock structure and can answer the dynamic word. So this is the first time human and kind of study the protein and gave only static structure. It's a low energy state. And this is because of history, history, technology limitation. In order to get the protein structure and stand life. So the easiest way, they go to the nature crystal and use an electron, use a X-ray diffraction and, get the all 3D structure. So this is in this case, all the molecule is locked in the crystal position. They no longer move and lost the dynamic phenomena, but they got an all high resolution structure. And lately, and when the nature and the run out the nature crystal, and people began to glue the crystal and purify them and at a certain condition, and glue the crystal and by locking the dynamic protein into the static structure. So continue to do this one. In the recent year, and the crystallization is difficult, and people develop this kind of averaging method, and select the protein which have a rich body and naturally not move that much, and take image from different angle. This is called cryo-EM technology, and put the protein in the virtual ice, and through the ice, take a look, shoot the image of the protein, have a random orientation. Then they select the protein, average together and form a high resolution contrast image. And the average image is from different angle of the molecule. So by assume all the molecules have a share same structure, and they can build a 3D map from this the kind of high contrast image. So it's very successful for the rich body protein, and even the atomic resolution side chain can see that one. That's a pretty amazing way. However, for same protein and a particular domain, if there is a flexible and dynamic, this average just mess up the density around this area. And not only resolution is so low, not able to detect the atomic resolution, even big domain could be completely lost by average weight. So in order to study this kind of the dynamic issue, so and in history, and it's a natural way is to do the electron tomography. Tomography method is the same as a hospital, and do the CT, and they shoot shoot image from different angle of the object, and here in electron microscope, and they put the sample in the microscope column, sample on the tip of here, and instant tilting the electron beam, and the tilting specimen, and the tilting specimen have different angle. They got a series of the projection of the image, and through the computer algorithm, and align those images together, then back to build a 3D. So this is the kind of nature way, and zoom in particular one of the object which is frozen in ice. It's one dynamic conformation. They are just the frozen in ice, and shooting differently, shooting data from different angle, then build a 3D map. So this sounds very nature, and why people don't do it. Actually, people do a lot in history. In 1970, and Walter Hope is the first person and do this job. And because the signal is so low from an individual molecule, and they couldn't get a reasonable 3D structure, and that's why people come to a detour way, average all of them together. But when you do average, you have to assume all the molecules share same structure, but then no one can guarantee it before they got a result. So that's kind of just a black box and try it and to see it work or not. So this is not a natural way. So we back to think about this philosophy, and to first check whether signal is so low that the signal still enough give you a 3D map that show of the high resolution structure. So the answer is yes. The signal, although it's low for every tilting image, but they build a 3D, still can see a lot of detailed structure, such as secondary structure from it. So then why people didn't do that one is because a lot of difficulty. And for example, if you are tracking one molecule, like a 10 nanometer particle, and under microscope, the ratio of the microscope against the protein, is same as Earth size against the penny on Earth. So you have to zoom in this particular area, and not only zoom in, but also grab it and tilt it. And sooner the electron beam is so strong, they can damage a sample so easily. For example, they can completely burn this area and dry off the frozen ice and destroy structure easily. That's why, imaging this one is still very challenging. So, and in the last 10 years, and we do a lot of work on for example, like an optical microscope instrument, and develop software and control the machine, and therefore we can track in the object easier. And also we develop software and align this nose image, because even you can track it, but the center is not precisely in the center. So the object could be vibration wrong. And we have software to align them together in order to build a high resolution structure. So that's a lot of development behind this one. Even on that, we also develop software to develop protocol to prepare a sample in order to have a high contrast imaging. Also develop additional computer-based software to enhance the signal from background, and also including a machine learning method, and further decrease noise by increasing signal. So based on tons of this kind of discussion, plus the reason one is called missing wedge correction, because we tilting sample, we can't tilting to 90 degrees. That's why a lot of view, we don't have it. But from the theoretical method and the computer method, we can actually calculate the information, whereas in the we call missing wedge area is actually information in a tilt zone, which is not collected data, but the information is existing other and low tilt angle data. So we can actually calculate the information from the map. So, and with such kind of series of the development, so finally we can actually use this method to answer some biology question. For example, this is the example, and my graduate student Meng Zhang and collaborate with Dr. Carlos Postman at UC Berkeley, and studied the early state of nucleosome phase transition stage. We know nucleosome, and they have a phase transition from like in inactive condition to the active condition during the cell separation. So, and a lot of models try to understand how the nucleosome change conformation and do this kind of transfer. So, and one model is called hierarchical fiber model. They think the DNA all folding very nicely with a hierarchical model, and this packing very well. And another model I think is this is kind of hierarchical packing information packing structure is not exist. Instead, they think all the DNA just cloud together in the form as a globule conformation, kind of the condensed condition. So in the Yonah studies one, and we use our method for first to check whether we can see every individual nucleosome. And this is a kind of purified sample, and with a nucleosome here as a 2 DNA tail, one is long and one is short, and put this sample in the virtual ice and frozen it. Therefore, we through this kind of thin layer of the water film, it's actually frozen it. It's a thin layer of the ice film. We can tilt in the object, and the gray color here is a gray carbon bar. This is support this is small hole. That's why we can form as a thin layer of the ice cross this holes, and you can see many protein in the nucleosome within this area. And if I zoom in, give you detailed information. If you can see from movie, this is the object. You can see every individual molecule, and zoom in this one, you can see histone in the middle, DNA wrapped around, and the some view you can see 2 layers of the DNA show up here. So by by tilting, by aligning this tilting image, we can build a 3D map from every individual one. So this is kind of example of one of the individual, how they build a 3D and one by one. By this method, we can repeat again on whatever number particle we want. For example, here is a 30 different individual particles 3D. So you can see the morphology is similar. They have a histone core and the DNA rubber run, but overall conformation is quite different each other. So by zooming this one, you can see more details. If you think all the molecule is kind of follow the thermodynamic in solution. So this is just a snapshot 3D structure from one of the conformation fluctuation. So we can align this image into one based on the similarity of the structure. Therefore, we can generate a pseudo dynamics of the molecule in the solution, just like a movie snapshot. And the people is working and we keep shooting data. And after we shooting data, we align all the film together and play them together so you can see the dynamic of movie. And here's the same thing. We shoot the molecular and put all the images together and we give the 3D dynamics. So for one nucleosome, we can get this one, and for two, we also can do the same thing on 3 and 4 and 2, whatever conformation we can do. So with that technology, we can study how the nucleosome form as can face transitions, from active conformation to inactive conformation. So that's a kind of nucleosome and can change phase by salt concentration and protein involved and magnesium. And we can see cloud of the molecular and form as like a high dense conformation. And within the high dense conformation, you barely can see each individual molecule. So we can zoom in about image to see this one by our cryogenic tomography. So for example, here's the area, and by tilting different angle, you see the area very noisy image, but with image aligned together, signal become much enhanced. We can find this high signal and tracking every molecular position and how the interaction. This is a zooming image, and you can see particular area here. You can see DNA within this kind of very heterogeneity conformation. You can see every individual molecule, even define the orientation. And then from this one, we can define the model and give the 3D map. So let me show you a movie, maybe dynamically show you how the map come out from this kind of noisy and heterogeneity sample area. So this is a 3D volume, and we take through from top to bottom. You can see high density part, we can track in and find them. This is the kind of potentially that's a new histone position. So this is a fiber structure. That's kind of DNA structure. So under the background, we have support crystal. That's a kind of support film, and which can attract the molecule on the surface and lock them into the position where we can image. So by see through this kind of layer by layer, and we can build a 3D map about this the heterogeneity area. And the blue one is histone molecular, and the yellow one is DNA rubber run. So from those kind of images, what we can learn, and at a different stage. In the early stage, they are pretty uniform, and the distribution over is heterogeneity area. From this kind of reconstruction, we can build a model at this condition. It's an early stage. So by changing condition and increase the salt concentration, you find the molecule more close to each other and form as a more aggregation area. So by even changing salt concentration, you find the nucleosome and more glued together and form an even tighter, high dense, the blob aggregator group. So even in those maps, we still can distinguish where's a histone area with the DNA, how they wrap together into 3D. So this is a high resolution 3D structure, and see the molecule within a big chunk of the condensed conformation. So this is the kind of technology we can see through this one. We know the molecule actually changing from the by solid concentration and the involved protein have a conformation change. Therefore, we can rewind this kind of structure by put the image together into one page. So this is the kind of 3D structure at the early stage. If we change conformation from one to another, we can insert some of the build a model to see how the molecule actually change from one conformation to another EM determine the image. So this is the early conformation. I showed the image before. So by redistribution of the nucleosome, so they form bigger and bigger. This is kind of pseudo movie to show how the phase transition go through for molecule by molecule and form as a large aggregation conformation. That's the nucleosome, and change the activity from the inactive form, from active form to inactive form, whereas all the nucleon cloud together form as a high dense structure. So with this technology, we can zoom in a lot of heterogeneity sample to see details. So quickly for another sample and to show you is a kind of for material science research. They use a kind of DNA form as a kind of special nanostructure. So from this special nanostructure, and there are also heterogeneity and dynamic and different morphology. This is a collaboration with Dr. Sun Haijun at Ohio State University, and Dr. Lei was my former postdoc. Now he's a kind of professor in Lanzhou University, and he did this excellent job and take a look at each individual origami DNA form the origami from different angle, build a 3D map. That's a no average from object itself, and can build a 3D map and to see the shape and the morphology. So from this shape, they can either one way is fitting the model into it. Second, they also can measure the angle of surface to see the every molecule actually have personality. They have different open, could be open, could be closed, could be squeezed together. By this each one by one in the measurement, we can give the overall distribution of the molecule and the morphology in solution. So this is kind of tell the dynamics of the molecule. So this is the way how we fit in the model, and from model we can measure the surface angle. And for example, they have four arms, and how much angle between this two triangle, and bending angle and distance. We can do a lot of measurement from each individual. Then we put together, we gave the overall dynamic information and distribution of the conformation. So a lot of application in on this one, because time issue, I may not show that much, but I know a lot of people do the pharmaceutical research. The one of the major molecular is antibody. So, and that's why I show this kind of a example. So every individual molecule of the antibody, we can kind of 3D map. And by this kind of way, one by one, we determine 3D structure and put in the same page. We found the molecular is widely distribution in a wide range. So this method can help people to characterize the engineered antibody, even bonding with a peptide or change it to bispecific antibody. So this distribution gave you information how quality your molecule is. Hopefully that can help people to either for quality control or redesign or engineer the molecule to troubleshooting why it's a loss function during a pharmaceutical condition. So this is a lot of application and requirement from a pharmaceutical company, including Pfizer, Merck, and Genentech all request us to do this one. People like it so much they put in the cover of this kind of workshop for 21st century immunoglobule and like a workshop hosted by FDA and NIH. So, and this is the kind of density how we fit every individual. If you get repeat this one for 120 times, we could get a 120 different morphology. So for example, this one, for another one, we have drive molecule to new position in order to fit this structure. So we can do this one by 120 times. We have 120 different conformation. So of course we can do much more, and if you want, but we think 120 is enough to give statistical information. So if we align all 100 into the one and give the kind of pseudo dynamic information. So this dynamic is also very important to characterize whether the antibody is healthy or not healthy. And in some example, we studied the antibody found that the dynamics kind of dynamic is much constrained, and which can be used to explain why pharmaceutical build this antibody, but they found a function is drop a lot. So because the surface flexibility is gone, so or constraint reduced. So anyway, once we have a individual particle 3D structure, we can study a lot of things, and then back the technology to the nature work, where we study molecular in dynamics. Instead, we study molecular in the rigid body. So this is all kind of not all in some of my previous publication and individual molecule, that's including lipoprotein and even coronavirus and protein transfer protein. They all have a lot of dynamics behind it. So we can use this technology to help people to do some discovery. So so finally, I like thank my collaborator and student in the last 10 years, and help me and work with me together developing the technology, and appreciate my collaborator and a lot of encourage and send sample to us and try technology and support this direction. So I also thank the funding agency about this one. And again, thank you very much about for your patience. I'll be more than happy to answer your question if you have.
Okay, thank you so much for the wonderful talk and to introduce this advanced technology. And now this talk is open to the questions.
I'll probably jump in. Dr. Ren, really thank you for the amazing work. So could you, this protein or DNA have, secondary structure or tertiary structures, and they are sensitive to the microenvironment. So could you offer some advices how we, when we prepare samples, how we should avoid to create artifacts and to get the real whatever structures of the proteins or DNA molecules? Thank you.
Yes, so that's a very good question. And another newly work behind the show here is a way started our RNA and polymer and form a 3D structure. So although the sequence is same, but you can see overall conformation and it's a lot different. So within this molecular, we can see many part of the RNA form as a helical structure. We can see every individual helix and within the molecule, and the overall is the same, but they have a lot of variation and dynamics within that one. So that's characterize this one and may help in the future to produce the molecular. And you don't want to maybe for especially for a pharmaceutical company, you want the molecular is stable. And then currently they also think about stable in static structure actually, and we want the future in the molecular stable in same dynamic structure. So that's kind of healthy, just like a handicapped people, and all structure same as us, but they're either leg or arms function not totally same as us. That's also constrained in some limited work capability. So same as molecule. So we want to see dynamic range, flexibility is consistent, and therefore is one way for the quality control or troubleshooting. So I think that's a application on this one.
Thank you.
I have a question. How intensive the computation is?
Right now it's much faster. Like once we shoot the data, the area may have 100,000 particles. We just tracking every individual one image from this kind of area and align together, build 3D. That will be once I get a 3D map and fitting model. You just need for one computer need like 1 or 2 hours to get it. So we can send many jobs simultaneously. We can do the job together. So I think for one of them just like 2 hours, but you can send multiple jobs to finish that.
Thank you. Do you consider the interactions of the particle? I mean, like I'm not in the area of this area. I'm just thinking about the if you need to consider the interactions of the particles or the objects that are interacting with each other.
Yes, I think one of the project we work for, Genentech, is they produce the antibody as a drug, but by time go and maybe light stress or like oxidation the product of this drug and go to aggregation. So they don't want it to happen because once it go aggregation and the drug lost the function and they have back to manufacturing. And so in the molecular level, we can track in every molecule to see how they interaction together. So once they form aggregation, must be like start with 2 molecular interaction together, then the third one join, then hook each other, link each other and form as a larger complex. So for this kind of early stage, 1-by-1 interaction, we know particular interface where's molecule actually interaction together. If there's a rule in between the molecule, how the interaction, this is the particular area is potentially a solution to prevent aggregation for future. So this is kind of example in aggregation, how the molecular interaction is quite important. Either find a solution, control them, or find a reason to improve the quality of them. So that's the application part view.
Thank you. It's great.
Okay, so I think still some people may have the questions and or even want to collaborate with Dr. Zhang or all kind of the interactions, but due to the time, I'll move to the next presentation. And Dr. Liu will introduce the next speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Gary, for bringing this beautiful leading edge technology to us. Our last but not least speaker, Dr. Jonathan Hongtao Jiang. Dr. Jiang is the group supervisor, principal scientist at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory of Caltech. Jonathan also served as the chair of Atmospheric Chemistry Committee, and he is currently the editor-in-chief of different journals, for example, the Earth, Space, and Sciences. Jonathan received dozens of distinguished awards. For example, the NASA Exceptional Scientific Achievement Medal, E.D. Ed Stone Award for Outstanding Research Paper, and so on. He published more than 200 papers. Amazingly, Jonathan is very dedicated to the STEM education. I have been listening to his talk, the serious talk, to improve, to promote students to stay and pursue the future career in the STEM field. We are very lucky to have Dr. Jonathan to give us the talk about the dream of Chinese American scientists and engineers. Whenever you are ready, Dr. Jiang, the microphone is yours. please.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Liu, for the introduction. And I think we are very close to the midnight, so it's perfect timing and to talk about dreams. and I want everybody to take it easy. So when we talk about the dream, I think we all heard about American dream. And in recent years, we also heard about Chinese dream. But what are these dreams? Actually, last summer, and a few months ago, I was at the Caltech. I met a group of visiting students, teenager students at Caltech campus. So just curious, I went up to ask them about their dreams. Most of the reactions were, I don't know. Okay, but some did say, and my dream is to study at top colleges like Caltech and MIT, and some say to be successful and earn a lot of money in the future. So that makes me to think, what was my dream when I was a kid? Okay, so that brought back to me in 1970s. Okay, so you can guess how old I am. And at that time in 1970s, we did not have, of course, we don't have, computer games. We don't even have TVs at that time. The only thing I remember to play is ping pong, okay, that's the only game about. And we did not have big house. We only had a tiny apartment, and the whole family was crowded together. And the street, of course, have a very few cars, and almost don't have cars, but there are lots of bicycles, okay? And our mind at that time is very simple, okay? And I remember I became a teenager right after Mao's death, okay? So the time at that time was 1977. And China was just about to open up. And the only information from outside this country we barely get is from radio, from a radio called the Voice of America. And later I know there were 5 major broadcasting stations for the Voice of America. And they are on the Honolulu and San Francisco and Cincinnati and Boston and New York. And later there are also one from Manila and Philippines, I think. And I remember my father was an electrical engineer. He was trained at Soviet Union and Liu Suda. Okay, so I remember he had a very old radio, okay, and at that time. And when we turn the radio knobs very carefully, we just adjust the frequency. Among the noise, we heard something which is from North America. I still remember bum 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 bum. Voice of America, 美国之音. It was quite interesting. And then in the summer of 1997, and so we heard from the radio, Voice of America, there's a spacecraft named Voyager was launched into deep space by NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And well, at that time, I don't even know what a spacecraft is. I'm not excited at that time, and I was just a kid. But there's one sentence from the radio caught my attention. That was when they introducing disk carry recorded message from the humanity, flying into the space. They call this is like bottle in the ocean, but it's in the cosmic oceans. Okay. Then the voice from the radio it says, "No nation dare to send this deep into the cosmos without dream and without positive passions to the future." That is the start of my dream, I think. I was thinking, what is that? What is that? Then I was a teenager at that time. So I go to middle school and then go to high school and go to college and graduate school later on. I remember the pictures of Voyager started to come one by one. In fact, all the textbooks, high school textbooks, university textbooks, if you see the images of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, they all from Voyager images. Actually, in 1979, Voyager 1 flew by Jupiter in January 1970. 9. Then a flyby Saturn in November 1980s. And Voyager 2 fly by Uranus in January 1986, and they fly by Neptune in 1989. So I was grow up, and so with those images, coming in. And after that, okay, I was in the graduate school and remember in early 1990s, the Voyager spacecraft continued into the deep space, beyond the solar system, and carry messages of humanity into the realm of stars. You can see there's a disk here. Okay, that was the radio was talking about. This carries messages from us, went into the deep space. It's like you threw a bottle in the ocean, but it's the cosmic ocean. Whenever who will pick it up? Okay, we don't know. We don't know this. So that begins my dream. So I always wanted, wow, I want to go to that place, go to that laboratory, would send this spacecraft into the stars. Then in 1999, finally, I was offered a job at Jet Propulsion Lab. You can see here, and I think it's okay. This picture was taken in year 2000. It's my mom. It's my colleagues. This was me. Was very happy. This is the image of Voyager spacecraft. This is my wife. This is my cousin. They all know I was always looking for that. Okay, this is my daughter at that time, year 2000. Okay, is standing in front of Voyager images of planets. Okay, those are my relatives. My cousin, it's my brothers, and my brother-in-law, and my sister, and so on. This is Voyager images. Those are my students. They are, and my relatives' kids actually coming from China. They come to JPL just to see the Voyager spacecraft. It's dreams come true, actually. Dreams come true. Okay, so my dream as a scientist, I should say, is also part of American dream. But what is American dreams? Okay, and at the beginning, I even don't know what is American dream, but later I realized what is American dreams. Two things are the most important. First of all, that all men are created equal, regardless of who you are, which country you're coming from. We have the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and to chase our own dreams. This was written in the Constitution. Okay, this was written in the Declaration of Independence of this country. This is number one. The second is something called exploration. Explore the unknowns. So this month, about 2 weeks ago, and October 11 actually was Columbus Day. We observed Christopher Columbus landed in Bahamas, Central America, in October 12, 1492. Okay, become the first Europeans to discover, wow, there's a new world. Actually, at that time, most Europeans, most humans on the earth, they knew probably the earth was wrong. Probably earth was wrong, but no one knows about the existence of North American and South American continents. So when Columbus and his crew left Spain, they sailed towards the unknown horizon. What they eventually hoped was to find a new trade route, okay? From the west to the India, all the way go to the west. They want to find India, but after more than 2 months drifting on the sea, they did not find the route to India. Instead, they discovered a new continent, which they redrawn the map of the world, opened a new trade routes and new opportunities. And in America, actually, the American dream was linked to California gold rush in 1840s by the discovery of gold in California. That discovery drew hundreds of thousands of men and women, okay, coming to explore the West, okay, during the gold rush time. Many people, explored the West. Many people found nothing, actually, okay, but some, they did success. Oh, I found gold, okay, on this map. And so actually there's a many, there's a road you can see all the way to the eastern United States, across US all the way to go to San Francisco. That's the California Gold Rush. Okay, actually, there's many versions of road. Okay, this was one from across America. There's also one from the south. Okay, from the Mexico all the way up. Okay, and so on. And there do have some roads from the ocean. You can see here. Okay, from New York all the way, and they from the ocean they go to San Francisco. Okay, and all the way go to South America to San Francisco. There's roads over the land and roads over the ocean. Okay, and regardless of what outcome of explorers are, the belief that success is possible for everyone, for anyone dare to explore, is still the dream that motivates Americans today. So in this dream, every success of America we live today is because American dream attracts the explorers and attracts the immigrants. That's why American is so successful, okay? Because without immigrants making significant and lasting contributions through their pursuit of American dream, the United States will not be the economic powerhouse and the melting pot of ideas and cultures that is today. That is today. Here I have some statistics you can see. Okay, this is statistic. This is the foreign-born populations in the United States. Okay, from 1850 until today, you can see it's rising up sharply. And H-1B visas, okay, was issued to people is also continues rising up, and green cards is also continue to rise up. Okay, so everybody want to come. And also you can see, okay, more statistics, okay. Here is Here is the first figure is the top countries with most immigrants. Okay, of course, US is number one. Okay, and the top countries who send us the immigrants. Okay, what is the top country who send us immigrants? This is this. And now about 50 million, more than 50 million people living in the United States, where they were born. Okay, they were born in other countries. Top country you can see is China, India, and Mexico. Okay, so American is attraction of the dreams. All people they want to come. Now, because of this, because of equal opportunities, we promote to achieve these dreams. American Dream actually helps minorities groups to succeed. Okay, there's many examples. For example, the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, Condi Rice, of course, President Obama, and Chief of Staff of Air Force, and Charles Brown, and Secretary of Defense, today Secretary of Defense, and Lori Austin, and of course, Vice President and Kamala Harris. They're all minorities. Now, how about in our communities? Okay, at science and in the scientific communities, you will see at JPL, and more than 50% people at JPL, they were immigrants like me, because it doesn't matter whether you were born in Europe, South America, Middle East, Asia, Africa, or US. Your mind, your idea, things that matter. So that is the unique spirit of the US. That's why we are world #1 in space explorations. So, and shown here is our lab director, and Chelsea Laji, who was immigrant from Lebanon. Okay, so, and also, you think about Chinese American Nobel laureates, those peoples. And one day I was met with Zhu Liwen, Stephen Chu, and on one conversation I asked Professor Chu, and I said, okay, assuming if you were born and raised and grew and work in China, could you win the Nobel Prize? He said, certainly not. It is American gave him these opportunities. So this is part of the US, it's called American Dreams. It's part of the US, it's called American Dreams. Now, in recent years, there's also something called the Chinese dream. Okay, the Chinese dream actually is a term promoted by Xi Jinping. Actually, she began promote faith as a slogan during a high-profile visit and to a National Museum of China in November 2012. Okay, that exhibit at that time was called Road to National Rejuvenation. So she said at that time, Chinese dream is a great rejuvenation of Chinese nation. It's called 中华民族伟大复兴. So that was the Chinese dreams. Okay, so now the Chinese dream is also linked to building new trade routes, connecting the East and the West by land and sea. As you can see, okay, there's a road, okay, it's over land, there's a road over the sea. Okay, so this road was called One Road, One Belt. Okay, and the Silk Road over the land will reach Europe from China and Central Asia and Caucasus and Russia, and Silk Road over ocean will from the Chinese poles and went directly to European poles through Southeast Asia, East and South Asia, East Africa, and Middle East. And both roads eventually was connected to the Rotterdam in Netherlands. Okay, so that's the Silk Roads. So the dream of Chinese Americans. Okay, that's what the title of today. In my view, I propose should be connecting the American dream with Chinese dreams. Should be connecting the American dream with Chinese. Why? Think about these explorations. If the new Silk Road project was successfully completed, let's say, they will change economic and political landscapes of the world. And hopefully, like ancient Silk Roads, these new Silk Roads will not only promote exchange of goods, they will promote exchange of culture, academic, arts, philosophical ideas, and will become a part of a cargo carried by this modern caravans. Now, it's a new frontier to pursue American dreams. Why? Think about this. Instead of looking the Western United States, it's better to look further west across the Pacific Ocean and look at China. By linking the American dream with Chinese dream, this is, I think, ultimately, and we need to do that. We can connect the world, the first and second economics, which is US and China, and we can create a new unprecedented prosperities, and it will spread all over the world. Now, from a history point of view, okay, the current reform and change in China is real, I should say. Now, cooperation with China is the best way to realize the new dreams on both sides of the Pacific. This is, I think, we need to do it. Now, how about scientists? Now, this is a real image by the Voyager spacecraft just before they left the solar system. You can see here, there's a tiny dot here. It's called the Earth. Actually, no matter where you're from, we are all from this dot. We are trapped. Okay, and we actually is so far is limited on this dot. What we should do? We have a dream that one day we will explore and settle on the other planets and moons of the solar system. So you can see we have roadmaps throughout the solar systems. And one day we can reach the stars and travel across the galaxies. Okay, so that's the galactic map. And one day we will build cosmic highways and map the universe. So that is the dream we currently have. That's the dream we currently have. That is the dream of our Chinese scientists, engineers, and students. And of course, these dreams, I hope, will be fulfilled by our future generations. Okay, thank you very much. Have a good dream.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions from our audiences?
Okay, thank you so much for this, talk and the opinion. I think it's, as a Chinese American scientist, most of us, I think considering the current environment between Chinese and the US, although it's maybe a sensitive issue, but it's a very practical issue, facing the, Chinese American communities. So
Right.
what do you advise? I mean, for most of those Chinese American, the fellows or the scientists to deal with, individually or in some way, under the current circumstances.
Okay, so that's why it's called a dream. It's not realities. In the realities, there's a lot of conflicts, okay? In the realities, even on this tiny dot, people hate each other, okay? And, even the neighbors, that's human natures. Neighbors, they fight each other because they have different beliefs. And this is human nature at home, husband and wife fight, and so when they fight, they always accuse somebody's worst point. They forgot about, good parts, same as, country to country, it's the same thing. They accuse, this is human nature, but, and as a scientists, engineers, and so we have to deal with the realities, but, it's important to keep these dreams, that we are brothers and sisters. We got to say it, okay, instead of hate each other. And we need to help each other to keep up, because we share the same futures. So that's why we share the same dreams, because if we doomed, everybody's doomed. If we success, everybody is success. So my message, I would suggest, is to keep the dream alive. To tell people what your dreams are. The dream is let's work together to help each other, don't accuse each other. But I agree with you, in current situations, the reality is different with dreams. So that's why we call it dreams.
Any other questions?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a great talk. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Very interesting. I guess in China and in the United States, people have different kinds of dreams, or they may have different terms.
Yes, right.
And in the earlier immigrants, from China, the dream for them is more focused on their own achievements, right? And right now, more and more Chinese scientists, for example, go back to China. They want to, carry on their new dreams in China. Do you think they will succeed?
Okay, so this is a sensitive topic, but I should say from my point of view, the reason Americans attract me, I come here, is not because they gave me high salaries or gave me 粮食一听 or whatever. It's because the spirit of explorations and to find answers of unknowns. I think, well, that's beautiful. So you mentioned, China and America had different dreams, of course, they were different. But what I found, the reason I picked the Silk Road is because this is very similar to what Americans during the gold rush, okay? They want to go to the west from the road, from the sea. The Silk Road is go to the west from the road and from the sea. So this is something similar, which is also similar to what Christopher Columbus found the new continent, that is to seeking new opportunities. Now, as a scientist working at JPL, and so we travel throughout the solar systems, And our slogan is called Reach for the Stars because we want exploration. So I think the humanities, there's a one thing in common from everybody is to explore. And as a scientist, is to seeking the unknowns, okay, to solve the mysteries and of those unknown. That is in common. So that's why I'm promoting this. Now, your second question is whether or not those scientists going back to China is going to be successful. And I don't know yet. I haven't seen any Chinese scientists to win Nobel Prize of Physics or Nobel Prize of Chemistry, maybe in the future. And every time when I go back to China, sometimes I go to see my old classmates, old friends. They are professors already. Okay, so I went to Faculty of Science, the physics department. But I found something very interesting on the walls. Okay, Faculty of Science, for example, and Fudan Daxue. Okay, you go to walls. Okay, there's "一带一路,两带一路." Okay, and the Silk Road. And there's a lot of slogan. It looks like the reason they are studying physics, study chemistry, study biology, they all serve the purpose of that. The Silk Road. That is the interesting because this is kind of a very limited versions. Unlike US, if you go to Caltech, for example, if you go to JPL, the slogan is "Still Mighty Things." The slogan is "Reach for the Stars." The slogan is "Explore for the benefit of humanity." Never mention each nation. Okay, Trump said, "Make America great again," but in NASA, Trump never say that. Okay, so we got to find some common roads, some common spirit, common belief. I think exploration, it is our common interest, and for the humanity, for every nations. And yes, and if the Chinese go back to China, whether or not it is successful, maybe they can earn more money, and I don't know, but success is not money. It's about happiness. It's about to realize your dreams, I should say. If whether or not you keep your dreams alive.
Yeah, I agree. It's a sensitive topic, and the people I guess people in both countries need to adapt themselves to the environment. But hopefully they have their own ideas, scientific ideas. They have the independent thoughts in science and technology. Thank you.
Yeah. And only common, I think, mathematics, language of mathematics is universal. Physics laws is universal. That's the common. Okay. And politics may be different. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
May I say something?
Sure,
I do
go ahead,
remember.
yes.
I remember Dr. Jiang told one thing: the food you eat is made from carbon. The blood is including ions.
Right.
Calcium in our bones.
Yeah.
The nitrogen we breathe from the air, they all the same.
Yeah.
All of us, the human beings, we are made from carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, calcium. From atomic perspective, we are all the same. I'm not so sure we should continue. Let's, even though we have lots of wonderful topics, let's almost say goodbye. From today's talk, our speakers, what I found, 4 important letters: diversity, equality or equity, inclusion, and respect. Dire. What I found, our caste as a society, our members from the caste, we can contribute to our professional societies and beyond through our diligence, talents, empathy, and we also together we can empower our next generations. Together we are going to build a harmonic, healthy society. So let's again keep the dream alive.
Keep the dream alive. Thank you.
Should we say thank you so much for all the speakers? Let's give our speakers, all the speakers, a round of applause.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And also let's thank our tech support organizers, presenters. Let's give everybody a round of applause. And thank you so very much to stay so late. Have the rest beautiful day for today.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Join us tomorrow. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jiang. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Bye bye now.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Yeah, Hanting, Bingyun, anything to say? Susan.
Yeah, Xiaobing, what about the the chapters session?
Yeah, we can do that
tomorrow.
I suggest we play that now. I think I'm interested to know, so we do not delay tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, I would love to know more about this. Every chapters, every offices. I think perhaps the audience would like to know too.
Sure. So let's spend the next 10 minutes to introduce our CAST USC chapters. So I think without all the chapter support, we cannot do, host today's meeting and all events as well. So the first one.
Yeah, it's also a good chance for everyone to know more about CAST USA.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear?
Almost Heaven, West Virginia.
Good.
正如 John Denver 在他那首世界闻名的乡村民谣《Take Me Home, Country Roads》里面唱到的一样，西弗吉尼亚是一个如同天堂一样美丽恬静的地方。居住在这个山脉之州的华人们热爱生活，团结互助，积极融入当地社区生活，弘扬中华文化。社区每年定期组织各项华人活动，包括中秋晚会、新年晚会、社区慈善活动、公益讲座等等，并积极与全美各地华人组织互动，从而对促进中美文化交流、扩大在美华人影响力起到了积极的作用。疫情期间，华协组织宣传抗疫知识，捐款捐物，协助当地医院抗击疫情。其积极投入、勤劳勇敢、团结互助和无私奉献的优良品质，受到了当地社区的认同与赞赏。接下来，西部华协还计划向当地图书馆以及中小学校捐助一些关于宣传中华文化的书籍，让几千年的中华文明继续在这里发光发热。
大家好，
Next
我是旅美科协飞行分会的会长郑荣。今天我很高兴和大家一道见证旅美科协2021年峰会的隆重召开。我们费城分会成立时间比较短，但是我们从筹备到成立各个阶段都得到了旅美科协各个兄弟分会的大力支持和关爱，对此我深表谢意，感谢你们对我们的无私援助。我们旅美科协费城分会会秉持旅美科协的一贯宗旨，立足科技，服务华人，自强不息，为建设美好的明天，我们一起团结努力。
So the next one is from San Diego.
尊敬的各位来宾，尊敬的旅美科协总会会长张汉庭先生，大家好。中国旅美科技协会圣地亚哥分会成立于2002年，是在美国注册的一家非政治性、非宗教性、非营利性机构。 是圣地亚哥最活跃和最具影响力的华人协会之一。20年来，通过各界执行团队的不懈努力，圣地亚哥分会不断发展壮大，已经成为圣地亚哥一道非常亮丽的风景线。圣地亚哥分会不仅是创新企业和创业家的摇篮，提供华裔就业机会和资产发展，促进国际间的科技文化交流。最近几年，我们也致力于培养下一代科学家和企业家，鼓励华裔青少年取得科技、艺术、文化的进步，努力做好传承工作。在此，我谨代表圣地亚哥分会预祝中国旅美科技协会2021年分会圆满成功。
Thanks for Junying from the San Diego chapter. Next one, we move to the chapter from Boston.
参加旅美科技协会2021全球创新线上峰会的各位嘉宾，你们好。旅美科协波士顿分会成立于2016年1月30日。波士顿地区历史悠久，是美国重要的经济区之一，也是最具有文化价值的地区，是高等教育、科研创新、医疗保健及文化体育的中心。它坐拥哈佛大学、麻省理工、塔夫茨大学、布兰塞斯大学、波士顿学院、波士顿大学等122所高等院校，同时吸引了众多科技企业和风险投资，是名副其实的美国生物医学研究及产业化的重镇。旅美科协波士顿分会传承了旅美科协总会促进中美科技和学术交流的宗旨，专注于推动学术成果向产业转化，探讨科技创新的不同模式，立志打造大波士顿地区对接优秀科技项目、企业人才和资本的平台。我仅代表旅美科协波士顿分会预祝此次峰会圆满举行，谢谢。
So next we move to the chapter from Los
旅美
Angeles.
科技协会洛杉矶分会成立于2002年，05年成为第一个承办总会年会的西部分会。2008年，洛杉矶分会沈路出任总会会长，并在武汉举办协会16周年庆典，形成所有分会空前团结的局面，并让协会成为中美瞩目的民间科技团体。
14年 ，Cast LA 于浩出任总会会长，并再次承办总会年会，得到犹他、纽约、康州、DC 等各个分会的大力支持。年会邀请到中美研究机构、企业、知名学者等共襄盛举。
自08年，我们一直承办总会科技代表团，并得到 DC、硅谷、圣地亚哥、匹兹堡、德州等分会的支持，也特别感谢北京、上海、杭州、广州办事处协助安排路演活动。
我们在北京办、青岛联络处、硅谷和犹他分会协助下，多年承办总会美国教委访华团，带领美国教委参观中国学校，建立美国校际联谊，促进中美教育合作。
Cast LA 定期邀请美国政府官员、警察、消防参与华裔社区活动，也通过宣扬不同文化，广泛凝聚力量，还与百人会等知名组织合作，开展反仇视亚裔的社会活动。
疫情开始后，理事会主席张晓春、会长郭香宁及 Cast LA 骨干力量，在波士顿分会、加拿大联络处、北京办帮助下，执行总会物资筹集和捐赠工作，向国际国内重点地区捐赠防疫物资。
疫情期间，会长郭香宁协同理事会主席张晓春共同组织职业领导力讲座、疫情与酒精依赖科技讲座、危机转机公益活动、著名律师炉边访谈及区块链未来发展方向等活动。
旅美科技协会洛杉矶分会愿与各分会团结奋进，共创辉煌。
Next one from
旅美
North
科协
Carolina.
北卡分会，在2021年，主要的服务人群还是3类人。第一类是职场人士，我们举行了相关的科技类讲座，还有职场关系类的讲座。其次就是对 NC State、Duke 和 UNC 3校的大学生，我们做了职场找工作相关的和 mock interview 的讲座。还有就是对于青少年，我们有这个邀请到美国 奥狮队教练罗伯森来北卡进行了多次这个亲子教学，现场的和线上的。还有就是有申请学校邀请优秀的这个大学毕业生、大学入学准大学生过来给高中生讲一讲申请大学的一些相关信息。
旅美科协北京办事处成立于2012年。时任国侨办经科司庄荣文司长、于建明副司长参加了成立仪式，与沈璐主任、冯庆建副主任合影留念。北办一直承担旅美科协与国侨办、侨联、科技部、中科协的联络工作，北京办协调历任总会会长履新拜会的接洽工作，如蔡以强会长拜会国侨办裘元平主任。2014年，北京办安排庄荣文副主任在钓鱼台国宾馆接见由于浩会长率领的旅美科协科技代表团。北京办联合广州办贾鹏程主任、上海办闵鸿忠主任、杭州办潘洛安主任，连续多年组织旅美科协科技代表团在各地的活动，还协助2015年总会宋约明会长在江苏举办多个大型中美科技交流活动。为促进中美关系，北京办多年举办美国教委访华团，拜会国侨办文化司。2015年，北办组织40多名中国大学生赴美植树抗旱。2019年，接洽总会焦德全会长拜会国侨办、中科协、侨联。2021年疫情期间，北京办协助总会张汉庭会长拜会国侨办谭天星副主任及科技部、中科协、侨联的多位领导。
大家好，我是旅美科技协会上海办处主任闵鸿忠。时至金秋，我们又迎来了1年1度的旅美科技协会的年度峰会。由于疫情的关系，我们不能相聚在美国。在此，我代表旅美科技协会上海办事处，将一如既往地支持旅美科技协会，促进中美之间的文化科技交流，并预祝2021年旅美科技协会全球创新峰会获得圆满成功。
下面是
大家好，我是旅美科协广州办的贾鹏程。首先祝贺旅美科协2021年全球创新峰会顺利召开，欢迎大家到美丽的羊城来访问。我们旅美科协广州办处已经从2008年的联络处开始，有13年的历史了。2017年，我们正式成立了广州办，为旅美科协的会员组织了几十场，接待了数百人到广州来访问。那么，希望更多的优秀的旅美科协的同仁到广州来创新创业，发展你们的事业，或者来旅游做客，进行科技交流。欢迎大家。
谢谢广州办事处给我们带来的这段 video。下一个是青岛联络处。
南有深圳，北有青岛，作为
这个精彩的 video。最后我想这就是基本上就是这些了。OK， 张会长，你有什么话可以说的吗？接下来。
今天已经很晚了，我就不多说了，就是非常感谢大家的 这个努力，大家的支持。这个我觉得今天的这个 session 非常的成功。我们秉运和Susan 两位付出了很多，两位 co-chair 啊，大家都付出了很多，非常感谢。那么最后看到这个各个分会的介绍，也是深受鼓舞。大家各个分会都团结一致，尽管是疫情，我们不能够走到一起，但是大家做了很多的工作。一句话，感谢大家，期待明天的会议更成功。好，谢谢。
好，谢谢大家，晚安。
好，晚安。
好，大家晚安。
拜
拜拜。